That's my man going down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man going down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down.
Hi everyone at PAX, my name's Danny and I'm the community manager at Merge Games, and today I'm talking with Kev, who's our lead designer on Small Land, and he's here to tell you all about this wonderful world we've created. So Kev, tell us a bit about yourself, and for those who don't know, what is Small Land?
My name is Kev, I am the lead designer, and we're making Small Land. Small Land is a kind of sandbox survival game with a very kind of unique perspective, lots of kind of story and lore. As you can see, you're this kind of little tiny person in this kind of huge world, and we really want to sell the fact that you're shrunken down and everything is out to kill you. You're on the very kind of bottom of the food chain, and that's kind of the high level, pitch for Small Land, I suppose.
And here we can see quite a unique method of transportation. Can you tell us a bit about getting around in Small Land?
Yeah. So the grasshopper is something that it was going to be like a very traditional kind of survival game where you have mounts that are kind of far off in the distance. You don't get until a good few days of gameplay. But we found that it was just really good fun. We did some tests internally and externally, and everyone loved it. So you work with all these different kind of creatures, including the grasshopper, dragonflies, loads more as well, and you get this kind of weird perspective, and it feels good that you are. I don't think anyone has been shrunken down to be a tiny size, but you kind of get the feeling that you are. So it's been really, really good. And with a lot of our creatures, they're not just, kind of motorbikes or, cars and things like that. They do have behaviors and attitudes and the things they like and don't like. So we want almost like a Tamagotchi kind of feel to it. So the grasshopper is like your noble steed. It's like a horse and your ally and friend.
Very cool. So here we can see, it looks like our small folk is wanting to get across the water here. What challenge does that pose to the small folk?
Right, okay, yeah, so the small folk, they can't swim. So water is a problem. Now, the reason they can't swim is because they have lived underground. So the whole kind of lore of Small Land and all of your goals is to basically take your people and get them out of the ground. So everything is new. They're all learning new things. The materials that they can get hold of now, plants, nectars, types of grass and types of wood, it's all new to them. So they were like a super intelligent race. They were forced underground for reasons I'm not going to go into just yet. And then now they're out again. It's safe again. So everything is new. So they're not like cave people. They're very kind of well educated, but they've been living off, roots and dealing with soil. And now they're going to learn every single thing, bit by bit. And that's your job. That's the kind of big survival element of the game.
Cool. So we've just met Drustin here, who's one of the small folk. So he's obviously dressed a little bit differently, and he's obviously been out for a little bit of time compared to us. So what's his deal in Small Land?
So some of the characters that are dotted around, you have to kind of find. We have Pathfinders. The Pathfinders were like the first wave of the small folk to kind of go out, and they are basically observing. Now, each one gives you a perspective on how a creature works. So there's a lot of realism with the creatures. Now, it's not hyper-realistic. You don't need to know everything about nature, but we want these creatures to feel how you would expect to feel. So a bee should work like a bee, and a wasp should work like a wasp, and certain characteristics. Now, these Pathfinders, each one has studied a set of creatures, and they help relay that information to you. Now, some of them get quite obsessed. Some of them look at it and, it's efficient, but some of them are kind of more in love with their creatures. So Drustin is a younger guard. He's a sentinel guard originally. Now he's a pathfinder, and he is obsessed with bees, but in a nice way. He's not kind of crazy, but some other people are.
And then from bees to wasps, we're here now in some vicious combat with some wasps. Tell us about
Yeah.
combat in small land.
Right, so you've got different types of combat. You know, it's melee and ranged, and also mounts do kind of play into it. Your armor is everything in the game, but some creatures they're angry all the time. Wasps are generally angry about things, so wasps will attack you. Other creatures won't attack you unless you attack them. Others could be scared of you. Now, you've got like a threat rating, almost like on the food chain, you know, and you can go up in the food chain. So at the minute, some creatures, like, they will just fight all the time. Spiders, if you go near a spider and you enter its domain, it doesn't care. Whereas other creatures, let's say some like the red ants, they will run away from, you know, threats bigger than them. Or so if you can make yourself feel more scary, they will run away. Wasps, now wasps do get a bad rap in real life. So they do start off as kind of, you know, these kind of beginning bad guys, and they have this venom. So they hit you with various different toxins and poisons. That's a really big role in combat as well. So they're a good kind of starting enemy to kind of block you off, quite chaotic, but they won't always be the enemy without spoiling things.
They sound very true to life.
Yeah.
I think
Misunderstood.
wasps have a bad rap for a reason.
They do have a bad rap, yeah.
Yeah, and these ones don't seem particularly friendly.
Not at all, no. But yeah, you know, it's like I say, we want it to be realistic, but also, you know, fun at the same time. So we do take some liberties, but everything should be relatable. You know,
yeah, you have to be able to suspend your disbelief.
Yeah,
there, but
movie logic, you know. But there is some little bits in there as well, which is good where the creatures behave. So yeah, I kind of really like that.
And then we can make good our escape on our trusty steed.
There you go. Yeah, he's always there. If you do spend a lot of time with you know your steed, eventually he will fight with you as well, which is really cool. Which makes it harsh when he gets eaten as well by the creatures.
I love that it seems like there are little tricks with the perspective where you can sort of slip through cracks in the fence and things like that.
Yeah. So exploration is probably one of the biggest things of the game, and we found that, you know, killing wasps and killing spiders, yeah, people liked it. It was really good, but the exploration, and we've designed all the areas to be kind of clearly marked, and there's no kind of big blocking walls anywhere, and we try and get away with, you know, that freedom. So as you can see, the grasshopper does leap about 40 meters, you know, at full height, and you can skip past things, and you can almost cheat and get to areas, and it feels good, you know, the exploration and these nooks and crannies, and when you find like a hole in something and, you know, you squeeze between, it feels really good. We found it was like a very, very kind of powerful part of the game, so we put lots and lots in. So we have whole biomes that are hidden, you know, and it's there for you to discover. So it's one of the strongest things we've come back with all our kind of internal and external testing is exploration, and, you know, tying into that, you know, perspective as well.
So let's talk about crafting for a little bit, because we're now looking through some of the crafting options that are available to us, and there are tools, there are weapons, there's armor. We're looking at some of the tools available here. So can you tell us a bit about you know, the role crafting plays?
Yeah. So you know, like all good survival games, you know, crafting's a big part of this. You will learn skills of other people, you know, of NPCs. So we want to make it. We wanted to make it feel like you are this kind of, you know, Bear Grylls survival character rather than like Superman, you know. And then you rely on other people, the small folk. So you will the more things you discover and find, the more pathfinders and their knowledge and how, you know, bees do one thing or ants do another thing. You take that on board, and then that goes, okay, I'm going to try and evolve with all that and basically craft things around the knowledge that I've learned, and then that's what's going to kind of level you up and make you, you know, more formidable and able to survive. So yeah, it's tons of like crafting things, weapons, tools, bespoke things for different creatures. So again, it all ties into the kind of exploration kind of elements of the game.
And of course, character customization, which is something that the community have really wanted to understand and learn a lot more about.
Yeah, it's huge, you know, because you can play solo, you can play with other players. Having that kind of your own identity was really important. Now, our armor is very, very kind of powerful in the game. And when you craft the armor, it gives you these cool, unique abilities that make you feel like a creature. So you can be protected against wasps, or you can be kind of anti-spider venom and things like that. But because these armors are very, very powerful, everything has a use. We also want to make, again, personalization is really important to us, so to make sure that you feel how you want to, you bond with your character. So one of the big parts of the game is you start off very kind of dusty, very kind of, you've lived underground. So if you've ever seen an insect that lives underground with no sunlight, it's very kind of all white and plain. It's very, very plain. And as you progress more and you spend more time outside and you do more things, you level up and you become not only more unique, but you get more fidelity. So we start off by giving you more colors and more choices, and then you have two tones, and you have extra layers of customization. So again, it's all about your character, your way. It's really important to us, that kind of personalization elements.
That's really cool. So in the end, the character evolves as they gain experience with the world, but also they evolve with your play style and the weapons and armor they choose to use.
Evolution it's a huge running theme of the game. It's evolution, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. If you want to play the game without fighting a single spider, no worries. If you want to be best mates with the bees, just like Justin there, you can. If you want to do a sample of everything, you can do that as well. It's it's all there to explore and evolve and play as you see fit.
If you want to craft armor with wings and soar through the skies, you can do that.
That's a fan favorite. So yeah, I think literally nearly everyone is doing that. Doing that stuff. But for instance, the wings will not protect you from the cold. So if it's winter and the storm kicks off, it's entirely up to you. Do you want to do you want to glide around, or do you want to be kind of like battle ready? Because if the storm kicks off, and you're fighting, let's say, a giant spider boss or something like that, it will interrupt what you're doing, and the weather is going to kill you. If it's really bad. So do you manage, and do you basically tool up for that, or do you specialize? There is no right or wrong answer. It's entirely there for you to pick and choose.
Cool. So we've obviously seen a lot of trees in and around Small Land, and we just saw our character take a kind of a longing look up at a tall tree. So one thing that people might not know is there's a huge amount of verticality in Small Land.
Yeah.
And this is linked to building, which we're seeing now. So can you tell us a bit about the role the trees play in building and building itself?
Yeah. So there's kind of two different aspects. So one is the kind of goals for Small Land is for you. You build your own little kind of nice areas and do what you want. You start off with like a little camp and you can build everywhere, but you're also at the same time trying to get your people out from underground and into re-inherit the world. So your role as a vanguard, as opposed to the Pathfinders, is to kind of go out and trailblaze all this. So you're going to start building a huge base that starts off with a little home and turns into like almost a city in the trees. So when you build in the trees, you kind of claim a tree, and that's yours now, and you can then teleport all that stuff between servers as well. So you can play with friends, play solo, and you can teleport everything in there and pick a new tree and put it all there. And then with that, we tie trees into the lore. So the trees have always been these kind of great providers of, while they're underground, there's roots and things like that they can eat. And but now the trees, we can go out, and they have these big protectors to get you off the ground. They protect you from the weather. So a lot of the kind of style where we see like the UI and the crafting, a lot of little things, there's all kind of intertwined roots and things like that, and leaves, and that's because the small folk, they're not obsessed with trees or anything like that, but it's part of their culture. It's trees. They drink nectar, they eat mushrooms, and they live in trees.
And obviously players can band together to go and fight and take on threats. Can players build together?
Yeah, you can build stuff together. We're going to have it so you can share resources. You can actually build your trees and have them almost touch. And then when you move between servers, you can actually have things like that, and between things. But yeah, it's a cooperative game because of exploration. If you don't play, if you want to play solo, but you play with someone else, you just have to bump into them. Everything we do promotes, kind of cooperative multiplayer. So the benefit is always easier. and it feels like you're building this big utopia together, but you still feel naked and alone kind of as you start out. So yeah, we want players to really encourage to play together, and there's lots of benefits to that. But again, the whole game you can play solo as well. Some of the bosses are very, very hard, so you might have to wait. But again, part of the exploration thing is finding things that you aren't ready for yet and having a crack. That's what people do in multiplayer games. It's good fun. So again, yeah, we've had some really good feedback, and playing with people has been good. And one of the things is everyone's so tiny. They're hard to see, but you realise you bump into someone, it does actually feel really nice. Or you're messing around and someone leaps over your head and a grasshopper, or goes flying past and a dragonfly. It feels good.
Well, thanks, Kev, for taking the time to talk through in a bit more detail some of the gameplay elements and things that are at play in the world of Small Land. It's been really fun. Can't wait to show. Anything final from yourself?
No, just thanks. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all support we've had. Look out for the demo coming in October. Feel free to join our Discord, and thanks for Aaron on Discord for all the love and support. It's great. It's really, really good. Yeah, don't forget to wish us the game.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
No worries. Cheers.
Hello everybody and welcome to Death Run TV. I'm Si.
And I'm Rob.
And we are Laserdog Games.
Death Run TV is a super fast twin stick arcade style shooter.
Yeah, we got our influences from films like The Running Man and
Logan's Run? No, not Logan's Run. I got that completely wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what that film is.
It's great. You should watch it.
I hear the name of it all the time, but I never know.
Instant classic.
But yeah, it's games set in the future. It's contenders signing their souls away for fame and fortune, and basically to try and survive this game show of absolute doom and carnage.
All for the influence, all for the fame, all for the likes.
So we made this game because we're massive fans of super fast arcadey feeling games. We feel like we want to get a bit of difficulty and a bit of challenge back into games, and we're definitely planning on doing that for the launch of this game. Loads of swearing, loads of violence. Originally the idea was to have a sort of super cute feel to the game, but ultra violent and kind of nasty.
Yeah, there's that real mixture in there, like Si's artwork. In parts it's really, really cute, but as you can see, there's blood and guts flying absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, we've gone totally nuts with particles, and blood particles. I think we've got about 50 different types of blood particles in the game.
Yeah, as a developer and the person in control of the performance of the game, every now and again I'd be like, why is it running so slow? And I see that Simon's added like 10 billion particle effects for something really minute, and it's always great.
So this is just an example. We're just popping into a new arena here. So we've got a couple of different types of levels. We've got arena type levels, and then we have a path style level. You can see here just fighting a mid boss, and that's a wonderful little bug there.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
But you can see we've got loads of different types of weapons. It's kind of all about weapons and all about carnage. I think it's probably going to be maybe about 30, 40 different types of weapons. We've also got loads of mutations in there as well, which you might see in a bit.
Yeah, the mutations are really fun. Like, we have ones where it makes you fly. We have ones like stats ones where like your guns are a bit more powerful or they charge faster and stuff like that. But we've also got like really crazy funny ones.
I love how that the bullet on this weapon sometimes spins around, players not quite knowing what to hit. As soon as they move, they die. So you can see the world is destructible, particularly with this gun. You've got that little sort of spinning razor trap moving around the level, and that actually follows the path as the new bit's carved out. Even though sometimes it gets a bit wrong, which is kind of great too.
It's got a mind of its own because I programmed its mind.
Nice bit of randomness. The game is all procedurally generated, levels are procedurally generated, and the difficulty as well is also procedural.
The enemies you see, the weapons you get, the mutations you get,
Yeah, everything's going to be built on a sort of ranking system so that we've got this constant progression of difficulty and challenge. We kind of see the game as being open, endless runner and score based. So it's all about trying to get as far as you can, clear as many arenas as you can. And with progress, you see more and more mutations, weapons.
Yeah, you
encourage you playing.
You definitely unlock things over time that rewards your skill, basically. And I'm going to throw a few secrets in there as well.
Yeah, so this bit here, just kind of past a little arena section within a path, which is something that I think you added a few months ago.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun doing the level jam. So I should talk about the music. I made all the music on a tiny little handheld device called an M8, and it has just been the most fun project to work on ever because the game is so over the top. I could basically do whatever I wanted with the music. So there's loads of like death metal guitars, crazily distorted synths, massive drums, and it's just been an absolute joy to work on.
Yeah, I think Rob, you found about 5 different sounds during the development of this game, different musical styles.
Yeah, I went to chiptunes at one point. I think chiptune is still going to be in there, but not nearly as heavily focused as this kind of metal sound.
I'm super keen on the kind of doom style metal sound, and as soon as Rob played me some of this, I was just like, yeah, let's get this in. It feels probably encouraging to listen to that sort of music as you blast people's brains out. This is the first boss. Sorry, just completely ignoring you. First boss here. So this is what's this guy called again?
Megastomp.
Megastomp. And he's dead already. So that weapon's definitely overpowered.
And about an hour ago, that boss's hands were. I forgot to turn off the rigid body on the hands, so they were rotated in the most weird way, and it was quite funny, but we thought we'd better fix that.
Yeah, squishing bugs till the very last minute. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was the amount of time we put into making the feel of actually killing stuff in the game really spot on. So loads and loads of blood we've mentioned before, but the sort of push that we add to characters and stuff when you're actually shooting them, it feels really, really satisfying to hit them. And yeah, that was really nice, really good fun.
I think that's one of the things we really felt when we were making this game, because obviously we've all had such a terrible time with the pandemic and all the stresses that brings. We really wanted to make a game which was just such a stress reliever to play.
Which definitely influenced all the swearing, which has just kind of come in the last few weeks. We're just like, oh my god, that would be so good if the contender swears all the way through at every single moment that he or she can.
Yeah, we are a bit worried about how sweary it is. Just
so many bitches, which just seems all wrong, and you really don't want it to become the bitch game.
Yeah, it just kind of rolled off the tongue.
Oh, this is cool. You spotted this before. These gun sounds. That's a really cool thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've put a lot of time into finding the right gun sounds. Again, this kind of, I really love the way the cute style of the game is crossed over with this absolutely wonderfully accurate gun sounds, which just sound really mean. There's a minigun blasting away there, and you might have heard the silenced pistol tipping away just a minute ago. There's this different machine gun sound on that double machine gun.
Yeah.
Really satisfying. And I'm talking over the whole thing, so you won't hear it anyway.
Let's leave a bit of silence. You ready? We had a lot of fun recording the vocals. I tried to do a voice, but I'm terrible. So Simon has voiced most of this game.
Yeah! I voiced a lot of our games.
And in this game, I think you are the announcer and the main character and most of the monsters. And on the night we recorded all the monsters, we had to send an email around our office building to ensure no one rang the police because he's basically screaming all night.
So we talked about glory kills. NPCs.
No, we haven't talked about glory kills.
So the way you pick up weapons, the way you pick up pretty much everything in the game at the moment is based on picking up NPCs. So we wanted to give them some sort of real inherent value.
So the weapons are balanced in such a way that you can get very, very powerful weapons, but it doesn't completely ruin your game. For example, if you got a really powerful weapon which made the game too easy, and you
Uzi, for example.
yeah, and you just held on to that, it would kind of just ruin the game because there's no challenge in that. So we added the durability system. So if you pick up a really powerful weapon from an enemy, if an enemy drops it when they die, it'll have like half its durability. So you won't be able to hold on for it for very long. But if you get a good weapon from saving a fan, then it'll have full durability, so you get to hold on to it for a very long time, but not for the whole run. So it kind of balances itself out there.
Yeah, the reason we wanted to get durability in as well, if you remember, is we didn't want to have that moment where you're out of bullets completely. So you never actually run out of bullets. You always default back to the pistols that you start with. So the durability does have an effect. But the main thing is you don't really run out of ammunition at any point. You can always fire.
We added ammo in at the beginning of the game, then got rid of it, then added it back in again, and then got rid of it. And, you know, as a programmer, I really love doing that kind of thing. And it really, really feels so much better without having to worry what your ammo count is.
Yeah, it's
because
more-
you just
more
want to shoot.
arcadey.
Yeah, you just want to shoot stuff. And every single thing we put in the way of the player just having a blast playing this game, it's really difficult. We just want it to be as fun as possible, but not too easy, not too hard. And we did the same thing with the health. We used to have health pickups. We used to have a health bar. We used to have health containers like in Zelda. We used to have armor. And we just replaced that with the most simple health system where it's a single heart, it's split in 3 levels, and the heart recharges over time, so you don't have to worry about what your health is. You just need to dodge bullets and have a good time.
So we're the kind of developers who change things up until the very last point, which really upsets publishers and platforms.
Yeah, this started out as a golf game.
So yeah, ideas like that, you know, it's very hard to kind of decide what's going to be right for any particular game. And for this one, like Rob said, we had loads of different iterations of almost everything in the game. You know, the fundamentals for at least the toy.
I think he rode a motorbike at one point.
Yeah, the motorbike's still in there somewhere. Yeah, who knows? We might be able to squeeze that in somehow. Okay, so the health system we've mentioned before. But yeah, you take damage. You can take 2 hits. Each one recharges, so you take 2 hits, take a 3rd hit, you die. There's a flat kind of counter on how quick you recharge, but I think we're going to have a mutation, or we have a mutation.
There's a mutation in there which makes that recharge quicker, yeah.
Yeah, so you can get your health back quicker. That little heart above the player at the moment is just a kind of visual indication, because what we did notice fairly early on is that nobody looks at the UI in this game because it's way too hectic. So we're kind of having to jam stuff in and around the player so you get some idea of what the hell is going You've got the crowd around the stadium, and you can hear them. They all sort of cheer, and there's a system in there for when action happens in the game. So
Yeah,
stuff like explosion.
they have an excitement.
Yeah.
So when certain elements happen, you add to their excitement, and that raises the pitch and the volume and the intensity of the samples that are used.
And I can't tell you how excited Rob got when you actually came up with that system. You're like, oh my god, I've got this awesome way of making the crowd scream and shout at every little moment. So that's really, really cool. So I wanted to make the silence pistol. The silence pistol originally came into the game because we were going to do sort of sound,
Sound-based enemy finding you.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just too fast and too frantic for that.
So we kind of had to find a reason to keep the silence pistol because it sounds so great. So basically, it's a really fast auto-fire gun with a very small plastic. It's a really slow amount of ammunition before it burns out. It's one of our friends screaming there, doing the female voice for us. Basically doing very similar voice acting to me, but much better.
Yeah, and she was just riffing as well. Like, there's so much stuff we didn't ask for, which is in there, which is just so good. Oh, we're just made to bits with it, really.
This is the boss Larson. He's based off his name comes from the biggest ice shelf in Antarctica, I think, which I thought was really cool.
I did not know that.
But yeah, he kind of paints ice all over the studio that you're fighting him in, which obviously makes it really difficult for you to move around. So yeah, we're back to round one. Oh, this is something that we added fairly late in the game, is the ability to jump over other holes, and that really made a big difference. So some enemies can't get over holes, some can. There's obviously spikes as well on the floor which you can jump over, which enemies can walk over without being affected. And it just really helps to kind of force the player to move around all the time, and kind of have that Doom dance moment, I guess, which is something that one of the influences of the game. Really big fans of Doom and Brutal Doom and Modern Doom as well, the 2016 onwards. So yeah, one of the issues that we've had with the game is trying to get that visual balance between absolute franticness and some kind of understanding of what it is you're meant to be doing, what it is you're meant to be killing. And so we came up with the sort of visual marker on all the enemies, the sort of red circle that sits underneath them, and then the green circle underneath the NPCs. It's pretty straightforward, but in a game like this where it's so fast, even us as devs and testers of the game, you quite often shoot crowd guys. Another thing that happens in the game is we have sort of spawning zombies. And what happens with them is that if you hang around too long in a particular place, they start spawning around.
Yeah, that was actually really fun to develop because the way that works is when you are in the level, you apply heat to the tiles that are around you. So if you stay still, they get hotter and hotter and hotter, and if they get to a certain temperature, they will spawn an enemy. And you soon learn that the more you stay still, the more enemies spawn to try and kill you.
So this is the shot volver, which is basically a shotgun-sounding pistol, but it shoots shells, which works slightly differently to bullets. So yeah, it's like,
I love this track. I loved making it.
Rob's just having a moment.
Oh, this is the new one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm glad it's in.
So what else can we talk about? So everybody hates spikes. So we put out an early demo of the game, and that was sort of feedback that we got. And that was one of the big reasons why we added the jump in there, and also to putting a bit more focus on these sort of arena-shaped levels, so that we force players to jump over the spikes. You can see in this one again, to get over there, you've got to jump over either the hole or the spikes. Boss died so quickly. Oh, it's super
The game was originally completely 2D. It's top down, and it was completely flat with no depth at all. And I just had this idea that we could add, because we're in Unity anyway, so we've got the 3D camera, we could just add a bit of like fake depth. So all the characters are actually tilted towards the camera on their x-axis, and we just do a bit of fakery with the tile map. We rotate some of the tiles, and it adds this like illusion of depth.
So one of the issues with making a 2D game 3D is understanding where things are, particularly when they're near the bottom wall. If you come down to the lower wall, we've actually got transparency in the wall so that you can actually see everything that's going on in between. So Rob came up with this idea of making the walls kind of glassy, which solves so many issues.
I think we should tell a full story of that. There.
Go.
So the problem is you can't see things when they go behind the bottom wall. So for 6 months we on and off battled with that, trying all different kinds of things. And then one day Simon was off, and I was like, why don't I make the walls glass? And it took me about 3 minutes to implement, and I was like, oh, that solves it.
Solves
So, sometimes the simplest solution is the solution.
Definitely works. I think at one point we forced the player and the enemies to not go near the wall, and then it was just the enemies, and it was just like, oh, this is horrible.
But it was a real problem where there'd be enemies hiding below the walls, and also all of the bottom walls are lowered about 20 pixels, aren't they?
Yeah, that's
Which
right.
makes the level gen and the level rendering so insanely complicated. And you can't tell, the player, you can't tell, but that added so much dev time. Like, just that little 20 pixels down on all of those tiles, all the different variations and stuff. Thinking about it now, we don't need that because of the glass.
So thanks for watching. This has been Deferent TV. We hope you enjoyed our ramblings, and we hope you enjoy our game. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, PAX Digital. Ross here from Merge Games, along with Kerry Vanderberg from Maple Powered Games. We're here on a pre-recorded gameplay session to show you and tell you all about Monster Harvest. It's going to be myself and, of course, the owner of Maple Powered Games, Kerry Vanderberg. So Monster Harvest is available right now on Steam, and depending on what day this video actually airs, you might still be able to take advantage of the launch day discount, which gives you a fantastic 15% off in Steam. Or if you want to have a little try before you buy, there's also a free demo which gives you 10 in-game days in Planimal Point, which is where Monster Harvest is set. So if you want to give it a little try before you buy, you can take advantage of the free demo available now on Steam. So Monster Harvest is based in, like I mentioned before, in the wonderful little town of Planimal Point. Kerry, I've spoken for long enough. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Monster Harvest?
Thanks, Ross. Monster Harvest is a monster collecting and farming simulator that was made by Maple Powered Games, which I founded about 3 years ago. It's our first major title in conjunction with Merge Games.
Yep.
We're very, very excited to finally get it out, and I think fans are as well. We really want to make a casual, laid-back farming experience, and I think we've done a pretty good job so far, and we're really looking forward to everyone getting their hands on it finally.
Absolutely. Well, myself included, I've been playing it on my Switch non-stop. Although it's, I get paid to do it, I also like to have a go on my free time. So, in our past conversation before we started recording, you mentioned, that Monster Harvest is, it's based on a few games that's inspired you. We've also had, people on the community commenting on, oh, I'm getting, XYZ game vibes and things like that. So why don't you tell us, from the horse's mouth, what were your inspirations for Monster Harvest?
So I really wanted to make a game that reminded me of the kinds of games that I played growing up. So the first video game console that I ever had was a Sega Genesis.
Wow.
So and later
Wow.
and later a Super Nintendo. So the inspirations I think are pretty on the nose. A little bit of Harvest Moon, a little bit of Pokemon, a little bit of Legend of Zelda thrown in there, and a few others as well. Really wanted to pay homage to the classics, but put a new modern spin on everything.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head with that. Well, so fair play. You mentioned before, again, when we were talking about this recording, that there are a whole bunch of Easter eggs in the game from the games of your childhood, and so can you give us a little bit of hints, on what the players can expect to find in terms of Easter eggs?
Yeah, absolutely. So we want to make the characters in the game very vibrant, and there's always characters in video games, especially ones that you grew up with, that resonate with you. So we took some pretty clear inspirations from a few characters from this earlier Genesis and Nintendo games, and kind of inspired some of our characters around those. One of my favorites is Spike, which is an homage that I hope the community figures out.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to say who that is then. Let them guess at it. No problem.
I think it's pretty clear.
No worries. So you mentioned you've had some inspirations from games like Zelda to Pokemon, and sort of how did it crop up into your head? To mix Pokemon with farming.
When I originally thought of the idea, it seemed kind of like a pretty natural fit. I remember. Actually waited outside of a Walmart before it opened to get Pokemon Silver for Game Boy Color back in the day.
When people used to queue for games, wow.
Yes. I was very, very excited. A friend of mine actually slept over, so we could both get it and then play against each other that morning.
That's amazing.
But I remember in that game they introduced the nursery feature or a daycare feature where you could drop off your Pokemon and they'd be raised in your absence, but I wanted to kind of expand it in that sense and have you potentially raise those kinds of creatures yourself and expand that. And then from there, the gameplay just evolved and fit the two genres perfectly.
And Monster Harvest was born. That's amazing.
Exactly.
That's amazing. So, the demo, which is available right now, one of the things that we've had with people commenting, in the Discord, on the Steam discussion boards, was, people were really loving the art style, the 2.5D visuals, the vibrant colors. Where did the visual sort of aesthetic come from? How did you guys sort of decide on that?
Yes, we are very, very particular when it comes to our visuals. When I first started the company, I wanted to make a game like the classics, but not constrained like the hardware was back in the day. So we came up with the philosophy that we would make everything with a nostalgia feature built in. So we want to make the game with your rose-colored glasses built right into the system.
Wow, that's amazing. Sorry, go on.
Yes. So part of that is a big limitation of earlier hardware was colors. So we immediately said, no, we're not going to limit the color layers as well. Back at the Genesis and Super Nintendo couldn't handle too many sprite layers on top of each other, whereas I think ours can handle like 600,000 layers or something, and that gave us the idea to do the 2.5D, so you could see things moving in front of and behind each other, just to make it pop a little more.
Yeah, those are sorts of things like that I didn't know previously, and you learn through this sort of type of conversation. So, I mean, like the fact that you've made your games, with your mind's eye in the thought process. Like I've played games in the past, and like you've said, where you go back to them, you're like, oof, I do not remember this game looking like that. but the fact that you sort of like, I remember the games of my childhood being vibrant, and you've put that into it. That's amazing. So yeah, job well done there.
Thank you.
Not at all. So moving on, we've talked about your inspiration for Monster Harvest, the games that inspired the visual aesthetic. Off camera, you've told me about your past career and past jobs, and if you're comfortable about talking about that a little bit, how did you get from where you were to making video games?
Yeah, so I like to think I have a pretty interesting background.
Yep.
I kind of did all the most stressful jobs you possibly could. I started in the Army for 4 years, went into finance as a stockbroker, and also worked in politics concurrently.
Good Lord.
I didn't really... wasn't really enjoying the financial industry, and I've always been passionate about gaming. And what I found when I started looking into starting Maple Powered Games was that I could really bring my organizational management from the military into an indie studio and keep us on track, meet our deadlines, and get the games that we wanted out the door without getting kind of locked down in feature creep.
Wow. So your military sort of like regimented experience, up at 0600, at the desktop, reporting to superiors, that sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe not that early, but not anymore.
But if they're late, it's like drop and give me 20 lines of code.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't make them do actual push-ups, but we keep pretty tight schedules.
Amazing. So obviously, with the demo, the demo is available, and the feedback we've had off the back of that, as well as the beta, has been incredibly helpful. So, what single piece of feedback that we've had, either from whether it's the demo or the beta or the community, what piece of feedback has been most sort of meaningful to you?
Well, a lot of the feedback and the way we like to design our games is based on what we like to see in other games. What people ask for is what we want to incorporate. So the community ended up with a lot of very, very good ideas, particularly adding additional characters, and one of the features for the Planimal Pen, where when your Planimals aren't in your active roster, you can still see them moving around on your farm, and it's one of those ideas that makes you think, why didn't I think of that? And of course that has to be in this game.
That's amazing. Yeah, because the Planimal Pen is one of the first things you see when you get your farm from your uncle, and and as you sort of like populate your party, you get, and when you have sort of spare Planimals and you get to see them, I think frolicking is the most accurate word, sort of frolicking around in the Planimal Pen. It's a wonderful touch to sort of bring to make that home yours.
Oh, absolutely, and it's exactly what we want to get across with the game. And people have been pulling in even more suggestions that we're going to keep trying to add to the game to keep expanding it out to be exactly what the community wants.
Wow. Well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So, we've talked about stuff that's been added into the game. You've added so much content off the back of the beta as well. And that's why we unfortunately delayed the game. So what about early concepts? Was there anything that you originally sort of wanted or intended for the game that just didn't make the cut?
Yes, there's 12 basic crops in the game, and then 30 additional hybrid crops, and each of the base crops can be mutated with our slime system.
Yeah.
And so you've got the 6 slimes. If you do the math, it ends up being 72 mutations that players can experiment around with, and we don't really tell the players too exactly what they do, so you have to experiment to find out. There was originally an additional slime, I think it was purple slime.
Yeah.
It didn't work too well, and we had to cut it for time, but who knows in the future.
All right, fair enough. We've talked about your past careers and your transition into the video games industry. What's been the biggest surprise for you during the development of your first game?
I know I said we like to keep very tight schedules, but I think the biggest surprise is just how long it can take to develop a video game that you really want to
Yep.
to match the quality of your vision, and picking a game engine along with that is critical to succeeding in your goals, which is why we ended up going with the Unity engine. Although at the time we were also considering Game Maker, and when we started with Unity, it didn't have as much 2D tools as it does now, but as they developed it, that helped us out as well. So it was a continuous learning process throughout.
Yeah. And so what advice would you give to fellow developers working on their game, or more importantly, working on their very first title?
I would say the best piece of advice is to just get started. Just take your idea and run with it. Try to keep it simple, but start it. Don't leave it in the idea phase. Part of your vision will come through as you make it, or I guess in the army they would say no plan survives contact with the enemy, so you might as well just start moving in the direction and get going, and you'll reach your destination eventually.
I like it. So that's your advice for your fellow devs. If you could go back and see bright-eyed, bushy-tailed Kerry Vanderberg just starting out on his game development journey, what's the one piece of advice you'd give yourself?
I think the biggest piece of advice would be don't change any graphics halfway through. Don't switch to 2.5D partway through development.
Oh, who would do that, right?
Oh, I know.
So you've mentioned game engines. You're looking at Unity and I've forgotten the second one you've mentioned. What was the
Game Maker?
Game Maker, of course, yeah. So how long did you spend deciding, which game engine was right for Monster Harvest, and what were the factors that played into it in that decision?
We did also look into the Unreal Engine. First, we started with costs, pricing, ease of use. I think we spent about 3 months deciding on it. I think we did make the right choice going with Unity because of its flexibility and continued support.
Excellent.
I don't think we would have been able to hit as many platforms without it.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. And I think you mentioned as well, obviously, like since they began, Unity have offered or they've implemented more support for the style of games that you guys are creating.
Yeah, absolutely. So they did. Midway through development, they did introduce the universal render pipeline, which is what our game runs on, and it did include a number of 2D specific features throughout, and just a lot of the tools like the Sprite Atlas and sprite slicing and pivoting, and the various renders really works well, even though you have to do a lot of it.
Excellent. So we've talked about the games you've played, in your childhood that sort of inspired you to make Monster Harvest, and it's obvious what those inspirations are when you play Monster Harvest. What type of games do you enjoy playing sort of these days to unwind?
I still enjoy playing anything I can get my hands on that's indie or pixel art.
Nice.
I like to look at how everyone else is doing it, but I also do enjoy a very good RPG like Fallout or Skyrim. But who doesn't love those games?
The classics, yeah. So how does it feel knowing, depending on what day this is, it's in September. How does it feel knowing that players are now playing your very first title? Not just a demo, not just like a little slice of it, but from beginning to end, people are now experiencing the experience that you set out to create for people.
Nerve-wracking and exciting at the same time.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? Terrifying and exciting, yeah.
It's a good exciting, or a good terrifying.
It's a good energy, yeah. You want people to enjoy it, but also, I get it. So we've said before that to the community that while it's a great day for Monster Harvest. On the day of release, we said that it's a great day for Monster Harvest, but that this is just the beginning, of people's adventures and their time and their experiences in Planable Point. We have, I don't want to say roadmap, but for want of a better word, we have a type of roadmap that's planned full of worthwhile additions to augment players' experience, and basically we want to have players to continue coming back to Monster Harvest. When they complete the game, we want these updates for people to come back to Monster Harvest and experience the new content we're adding. So that said, it's easy for me to say, being the marketing guy, but from the developer standpoint, can we give a little sneaky hint as to what the community can look forward to in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I mentioned before that we like games ourselves where they put a focus on community, and I love games where when they release an update, they list top requested community features. So that's how we're running our update plans as well.
Oh,
and,
okay, very interesting.
So they've had a lot of requests so far that have come through. A lot of really good ideas, but I think the most requested feature is more planimals. So we do have plans for that as well.
Oh, okay. So watch this space then. Say no more. Say no more. Leave them wanting more. So Maple Power Games was, of course, a year into development when Merge and Maple began sort of discussing, and when we eventually teamed up. So what is it that made you begin, or what is it that made you decide that Maple Power Games need the help of a publisher to bring their game to the public?
Yes, as much as I knew about organization and video game development, as we went through the development cycle, the marketing and console porting and localization of a video game are just totally different beasts. So we knew that we needed support, and we have definitely got it from Merge. So we have no complaints whatsoever. Merge is an awesome partner, and we love working with you guys.
That's fantastic. I'll be sure to tell my boss. So I think that's a good spot to wrap up. To the people watching this video, thank you so much for staying tuned and watching the gameplay, listening to Kerry and I talk. We hope you found the conversation interesting. If you have any other questions, feel free to get in touch with us, via socials or Twitter, or even on the Steam page. And just to say, on the behalf of myself, Ross at Merge, and Kerry and his team at Maple Powered Games, we want to say a massive thank you to the Monster Harvest community for your love and support. Nothing more to say other than you can play Monster Harvest right now. You can get it on Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and of course PC. And if you want to try before you buy, you can download a free Monster Harvest demo on Steam right now, which lets you take a little visit to Planable Point before you actually decide to move there. So thank you once again. Take care, folks. Bye!
Marvelous. Marvelous.
All right, hello, welcome PAX attendees. Welcome to the Story of Seasons 25th Anniversary Showcase Celebration. We are celebrating 25 years of Story of Seasons, and we have a very special guest with us today. So first off, let me introduce our very special guest, Mr. Hikaru Nakano, Director of Story of Seasons. All right, so thank you for joining us. And with that, would you like to introduce yourself to PAX Group?
株式会社マーベラスの中野と申します。牧場物語作品では、牧場物語2から開発者として参加しまして、それから数作品開発者として、参加してまして、その後、ディレクタープロデューサーとして、いろんな作品に関わっております。
All right, thank you so much for the introduction. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into these questions. So we have some questions that are from fans and that are also from just general from our team. So let's go ahead and get right into these questions. So first up, I have, what inspires you to make games?
そうですね。僕自身ファミコン世代というか、小さい頃にファミコンが発売されて、マリオブラザーズとかゼビウスとか遊んでたっていうのが、今となってみれば大きいのかなと思ってるんですけど、具体的にじゃあゲームの会社に、入ろうと思ったきっかけっていうのは多分その、デザインの、専門学校に通ってる時かなと思います。当時はね、ちょうど 3D のコンピュータグラフィックスが、注目され始めていた時期で、ジュラシック・パークとか、あとプレイステーションが発売されていたような時期で、その時に僕としてはデザイナー志望だったので、どちらかというとゲームが作りたいというよりは自分が納得できる絵を作りたいみたいな、そういうなんていうか思いが強かったんですけど、実際ゲームの制作に開発に携わってみて、ゲーム作りの奥深さというか、いろんなものが作れるんだなっていうのを知って、それから本当に自分でもちゃんとこう絵を作るだけじゃなくてゲーム作りたいなって思うようになったと思います。それでゲームを作るだけじゃなくてお客様に伝えたい、もっとゲームの魅力を伝えたいなっていう思いがあったので制作の方に進んだっていうような経緯があります。
All right, thank you so much for your answer. All right, so next up, so what was it like working on the first game in the farm simulation genre?
そうですね、当時は先駆者っていう意識もあんまりなかったんですけど、最初にもともとはビクターっていう会社だったんですけど、そこに入った時に僕の当時の上司の和田さんっていう方から とりあえずこれは遊んどいてって言われて、スーパーファミコン版の牧場物語渡されて遊んだんですけど、まあ、それが初めて経験した牧場物語だったんですが、まあ、その時はなんかこんなゲームもあるんだっていうような、なんかまあ軽い驚きがありましたね。それでじゃあまあどういうふうに関わっていけばいいんだろうっていうふうに思った時には、やっぱりこのほのぼのとしたゲームだったので、温かみのあるゲームを作りたいなっていうふうに思ったのを覚えてますね。
All right. Well, with that, can you tell me if all of the Bokujo Monogatari games take place in the same universe?
まあ僕の知る限りでは明確なルールはなくてですね、まあミネラルタウンと忘れ谷みたいなゲーム中でしっかり関連してるよっていうふうに語られている例はありますけど、基本的に他の作品の世界っていうのは違う世界で起こっていることだと僕は思っています。
So how does it feel now that there are more farming games out there now? Do you guys feel challenged or inspired by, the competitors, or do you guys follow your own path? What do you do?
まあ嬉しいことだなと思ってます。まあ牧場物語ってすごくそれしかないっていうか、なかなかジャンルを形成するほどなんかいろんなタイトルがあるタイプのゲームではなかったので、牧場シミュレーションみたいなジャンルができるぐらいタイトルが増えているっていうことは本当に嬉しいことだと思いますし、それだけ認知が広がっているんだなっていうふうには思います。で他の作品をどう思うかっていうことについては、単純に興味を持っていろいろ遊ばせてもらってますし、参考になる部分もあるし、こういう切り口なんだなとか、なんかいろいろ感動させられることはありますね。
All right, thank you. And so with that, is there a PC version of Olive Town coming?
はい。先日発表されたと思いますし、この後映像も流れると思いますので、ぜひ見ていただいて、予約もできると思いますので、ぜひぜひよろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you. Yes, we're so excited for the PC version of Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town, available now to wishlist on Steam. So make sure you take a look at that. And so with that, let's go ahead and dive into some questions related to Olive Town from our community and from our team. So let's go to our next question, which is, could you share a lesson you learned during the development of this title?
そうですね、オリーブタウンの開発をしてみて、大きく課題は2つあったなと思っていて、まず1つはすごく時期的なことでもあるんですけども、コロナの影響でリモートワークを途中からしなければいけなくなったんですけれども、このリモートワーク下でどうチームとして開発を進めていくのか、またこれ途中からっていうのがまたなかなかくせ者でっていうか難しくて、今までは同じ場に集まって開発していたものがいきなり明日からみんな家で仕事をしてねみたいなことになったので、なかなかやっぱコミュニケーションが取るのが難しかったりとか、いろいろなんか待ちが発生しちゃったりとか、いろいろやり方が難しかったなと思います。なので今後もね、リモートワークっていうのはなんか切っても切れないというか、続けていく必要があるものだと思っているので、これからよりコミュニケーションを密に取りながらゲームを開発していく必要があるんだなということが分かりました。あともう一点は、オリーブタウンでは牧場作品としてはほぼ初めてになると思うんですが、各リージョンの発売日を大体合わせることができたんですね。で、それは開発中から、課題として目標として持っていたことではあるんですが、これがやっぱりなかなか難しくて、 まあ、初めてその、まあ、日本も、北米版もアジア版もっていうことで、同時に開発を進めるのがかなり難しいことで、やっぱりスケジュールの切り方だったりとか、あとまあ翻訳のスケジュール作り方だったりとか、なかなかうまくいかない部分があって、まあ、現在進行形でもそのなかなかパッチの配信の日時を合わせることができなかったりとか、まあ、お客様にご迷惑をおかけしている部分があって、まあ、これは本当に今後の課題としてしっかり取り組むべきことかなと思っています。
All right, thank you so much for sharing. And so with that, is there any further backstory on Lovett specifically?
大好きは僕もとても気に入っているキャラで、なかなかこう見た目のユニークなキャラクターなんですけれども、まあ大好きはその従来の作品でいうところの、まあ、グルメマンのようなポジションで、まあ料理を評価しながらこう、まあ、世界中を行き来しているような料理評論家なんですけれども、まあ、ちょっとそのなんていうか上から目線な語り口で、かつまあ自分の世界を持っているっていうところから、まあ設定としては、まあなんていうか見えっ張りな部分があるキャラっていうふうにして作ったんですけど、まあ、その辺をその松山先生がかなりこう個性的にデザインしてくれて、まあ設定とデザインがすごくこうピタッとはまったというか、すごくこう個性的な、なかなかこうオリーブタウンの住人たちと一緒にいるところを見るとなんかどうしても目がいっちゃうっていう、まあそういうキャラになったなと思います。
All right, well, thank you so much for sharing. Lovett is a popular of Western fans for sure. All right, so we can go ahead and get into our next section of questions, which would be the future of Bokujo Monogatari series in general. So for our next question, for future Story of Seasons, will we be able to get additional livestock, chickens, pets, and whatnot? We really want to know about that, or maybe fantasy animals?
そうですね、動物たちは本当にいっぱい登場させたいですね。特に僕はその、ペットとかまあ、牛みたいな飼う動物っていうものの他にその野生動物をいっぱい出してあげたいなと思ってるんですよね。牧場物語、その自然の中で暮らしている、まあ、ゲームなので、そのいろんな動物たちがこうね、まあ、道を歩いてたりとか森を散策している中で登場してきたら、すごくこう、まあ、発見というか楽しいし、まあ、その鳥のさえずりとかね、まあ、そういうのが聞こえてくるとやっぱりこう自然の中にいるんだなっていうことが感じられると思うので、特にまあ野生動物は、いっぱい登場させたいですね。なかなか開発的な都合もあり、数が限られてしまう場合が多いんですけれども、まあ、今後ぜひぜひ野生動物は登場させたいと思っています。
All right, well, thank you for sharing. Very excited. All right, so with that, we have a question that we've been getting a ton, so we definitely want to ask you, will rival marriages come back?
まあ、未定ですけども、僕自身はとてもライバルイベントの使用っていうのは大好きで、まあ、機会があれば、チャレンジしたいなと思っています。再開のミネラルタウンではちょっと、まあ、開発の整合性を取るためにその住人同士が結婚するっていう仕様はカットされてしまったんですけれども、まあ なくなるわけではないと言いたいです。
All right. Well, thank you for answering, Mr. Hikaru Nakano. All right. So next up for our next question, will you ever bring back background stories into the Story of Seasons games?
あります。今後も取り入れていきたいと思っています。
All right. Well, thank you. All right. All right, so next up, what are your plans for older marriage candidates? Will we see more marriage candidates in their 30s or, for any of us older fans?
そうですね、もう、予定してますとは言わないんですけれども、ただ僕自身もいろんな幅広い年齢層の、キャラクターが登場するように、今後の牧場物語を作っていきたいと思ってます。特にね、牧場物語 DS 版とか、携帯機で出ていたものっていうのは、見た目がこうちっちゃいキャラだったっていうのもあるんですけれども、比較的若い恋愛候補たちだったと思うんですけれども、表現力が上がってきたりとか、いろいろこう昔とは違ってきている部分もあるので、今後はより制限なく幅広い年齢層のキャラクターが登場するんじゃないかなと思っています。
All right, thank you. All right, so our next question is back to the animals. So will picking up chickens or chickens cohabitating animals, will that come back in future games?
はい、僕も動物とね触れ合いたいと思っているので、今後戻ってくると思いますよ。
All right, well, thank you. All right, so with that, let's go to our next question. So what features are planned going forward?
漠然としてますね。取り入れてみたい要素。なんだろうな、日々の変化を感じる暮らしっていうのを、僕自身はとても、表現するのを大事に思っているんですけれども、やっぱりこういろんな天候の変化ってあるじゃないですか。そういうところをもう少ししっかり表現したいというか、すごいこう細かいことで言えば雨にもいろんな雨があるし、夏の晴れと冬の晴れは違ったりするじゃないですか。そういうなんていうか季節を感じられたり、あと寒いなとか暑いなとか、そういうことがこう、日々感じられるような、ことをしてみたいなとは思っています。
All right, thank you. I appreciate the answer. I know everyone will definitely appreciate the insight. And so let's go ahead and go into our next question. So will you ever make an M-rated Story of Seasons game for adult players?
なかなかセロ D ってこう結構高いレーティングなんですけど、将来的にないとも言えないんじゃないかなとは思います。なかなかレーティング高いといっても、じゃあどういうところでレーティングが高くなるのかっていうのは、いろんなパターンがあるとは思うんですけれども、あってもいいんじゃないかなとは思いますね。
All right, well, thank you for your answer. And so these questions are a little bit more general when it comes to Story of Seasons, so we can go ahead and get into our next section of questions that we have. So with any large-scale development, planning is always the most important. It is key. When it comes to planning each title, is there a step-by-step breakdown that you can share? Do you evolve the story as the development goes, or does the story go first? Which one do you prefer?
まず一番最初にすることというのはゲームのコンセプトを考えるところかなと思っています。オリーブタウンで言えば、一番重要なコンセプトっていうのは開拓っていうところなんですけれども、まずその作品をどういう作品にしたいかっていうコンセプトを、一番最初に決めます。で、コンセプトに従って、舞台設定とか、あとは世界観を考えていくんですけれども、キャラクターに関しては、舞台設定をする前からこういうキャラを出したいっていうパターンもありますし、舞台設定を作ってからこういうキャラクターがここにはいるんだろうっていうふうに 作る場合もあります。まあそうですね、でもまあ作品によりけりというところはありますね。
All right, thank you. All right, so very important question. Which Story of Seasons game do you consider the most comprehensive look into your vision of the series?
まあ自分がその開発を終えてみて一番満足できた作品っていうことで言えば、DS で発売されたキラキラ太陽と仲間たちという作品になるかなと思っています。これは一つ前の作品が君と育つ島っていう作品だったんですけれども、まあそのエンジンとか世界をある程度使った形で、作った作品なんですけれども、まあ限られた開発期間ではあったんですが、非常に完成度の高い、面白いゲームを作れたなと思っています。
All right, well, thank you. And so next up, we have a very important question that I know myself and all of our community definitely wants to know the answer to, and that is, who is your favorite marriage candidate from the series?
そうですね、なかなか誰が一番とは言いにくい部分もあるんですけれども、一番思い出深いキャラクターということで言えば、牧場物語3という作品に出てくるサラですね。サラという牧場の女の子がいて、まあ、馬に乗ったりする女の子なんですけれども、この子が一番思い出に残ってますね。すごくこう動物を大事に、しているキャラで、まあ、主人公にもことあるごとに、動物はしっかり責任を持って育てるんだぞっていうことを言ってくるキャラなんですけど、まあなかなかその牧場3っていうのがシナリオがすごくこう深い作品で、まあ、そういう意味では他の作品とはちょっと違うんですが、すごくこうサラの気持ちっていうのが、よく語られていて、まあ、僕にとってはかなり思い出の深いキャラクターです。
All right, well, thank you for your insight. Definitely a fan favorite for sure too. All right, and so with this, we might as well go into our final question for our interview. Thank you so much for answering all of these questions. And so with this, let's go ahead and can I ask you for a message from yourself about the series 25th anniversary, specifically to our fans?
はい。牧場物語シリーズは、本当に、まあ、25周年という、節目を迎えることができました。これは本当に長い間、牧場物語を遊んでいただいた、お客様のおかげであると私は思っております。本当にありがとうございます。あとはそのキャラクターを描いていただいている松山先生だったりとか、あとはまあ、シリーズ作品に関わってくださったすべての開発者の皆さん、あとはまあマーベラスのスタッフ、あとは海外版の、作成に力を尽くしてくれた、スタッフの皆さん、まあ、みんなのおかげだと思っています。まあ牧場物語はそのこれからまだまだやりたいことはたくさんあるんですけれども、まあ一つ一つ開発スタッフと相談しながら実現したいと思っています。まあ、また今は25周年ですけれども、30周年を迎えるときには、皆様を驚かせるようなご報告ができるように頑張っていきますので、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much for your message. We really appreciate it. And I know that the fans listening back home will definitely appreciate it too. And so with that, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you joining us for the questions, and we are super excited for all the fans to see it. All right, and so with this, thank you, PAX audience, for joining us. That was our special 25th anniversary for Story of Seasons interview with Special Director Hikaru Nakano, so thank you. And with this, we will get into the gameplay portion of our stream where we show off the newly announced PC edition of Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town.
Marvelous.
All right, PAX attendees, Rebecca here, still here at PAX West for our 25th anniversary of Story of Seasons digital showcase. So thank you guys for hanging around and watching our interview with Director of Story of Seasons, Hikaru Nakano. So next up, we have a very special interview with our localization team. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. So with that, hello, Lori. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing great. It's really great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Well, we are so happy to have you. And so with that, for anyone who is new and hasn't seen our streams on the XC Twitch before, can you let everyone in the chat know what you work on with Story of Seasons?
Sure. So for Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town, I did both translation and editing. For translation, I translated most of the system and UI text and any other extra text that came in along the way. And then for editing, I worked on basically all of the character text for the events, whether they were, just regular villager events or romance events. Yeah, I worked on it all.
Yeah, you definitely worked on everything around that. So yeah, and you can definitely see what you worked on in our localization blogs too. So thank you for letting us know about that. And so with that, we are going to be showing off the PC edition of Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town in celebration of the recent announcement. So I'm very excited for that. Make sure you pre-order that today on Steam and take advantage of the 10% pre-order discount. And you'll also get the Buffalo Costume DLC extra. So make sure you pick that up when it comes out September 15th. And with that, we have some localization questions and some Story of Seasons related questions and a little bit of everything in between that we're going to be asking Lori, because I'm sure you guys in the community would love to know the answer to some of these questions. I know I do. And so with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So what inspired you to get into game localization, Lori?
Oh gosh, it's kind of a long story, so I'll try to smush it together as concretely as I can. So when I was in college, I was a Japanese major. I had been teaching myself Japanese since I was about 10 years old, just like for fun. It was actually a Bokujo Monogatari screenshot in Japanese that inspired me to start teaching myself. And so in college, I knew I wanted to do something with Japanese, but I didn't know exactly what. And at the time, I was playing a very popular online game. And I managed to get to know some of the localization team for that game, and they were really inspiring. They told me just go for it. You can do it if you put your mind to it. This is what you have to do. And so I really remembered. I took to heart everything they told me, and I took the steps. I got my JLPTN1. I lived in Japan for about 2 years. I went to an intensive learning school where I could really use my Japanese skills, and you know, in my spare time I was doing fan translations just for myself and for the fan community of that online game. I would do like lore translations whenever we had Japanese text, because it was a game that was localized in 4 different languages, and you know, that was what I was doing before, and so you know, I kind of gave it a shot at Xseed when I was, you know, looking for work. And I was like, I don't know if this is gonna really work out. This is like a really like 1 in a million chance. And lo and behold, like the position was for localization associate, but they were like, yeah, we liked your translation test so much, and we appreciated the fact that you did fan translations, that we just want to make you a translator. And it was literally a dream come true. I've been living my best life since, and I'm, you know, really happy to be here.
So what you're saying is you didn't let your dreams be dreams.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here, folks. Don't let your dreams be dreams. All right. So next up, so I guess that kind of leads into our next question, which is, what was your first experience with the Bokujo Monogatari series?
Oh gosh, I must have been at least like 5 or 6 years old. One of my friends in the neighborhood, their older sibling, was playing Bokujo Monogatari 2 on the N64, and I remember watching it and being so fascinated with it. I was like, this is so cool. You can have a farm, you can raise animals, you can like talk to cute girls. That's awesome. So I went home and I told my sisters about it, and I was like, this is amazing. Can we like get this game? And so we all like begged our mom to get us the game on N64, and so, you know, we all played it together, and it was, you know, it still is a really important memory for me. We all would like sit around the couch and like backseat each other and be like, no, you should get turnips, or no, you should get cabbages, or like, no, you should date that girl, or whatever, and we would just have a really fun time.
Oh, how sweet. What cute sibling bonding. How very cute. So I guess that kind of goes into our next question as well, which is, what would be your personal favorite aspect of the games? Would that be like farming or marriage or the events, or, you know, what are you into personally, Lori?
Oh gosh, this is really tough for me. I feel like I'm going to be cheating if I say all of them. So like, if I had to narrow it down, I would probably say like every game will have a new kind of cast of marriage candidates, and one of my favorite parts, you know, as a fan and as somebody who works on the series now, is meeting all of them and getting to know them, and you know, as they're introduced, as the game gets closer to release, I love seeing the fan reactions, because I was part of that to a certain extent for a very long time, and so seeing the hype about it, and seeing, you know, people's experiences as they're, you know, getting to know these characters when they finally get the game, like marrying these characters, it's very fun. It's always been like a very like kind of social thing, and Bokumono, I think, has always been, you know, a social game that balances, you know, the social and farming aspects very well. So you know, getting to know the girls and guys in each town has always been a really fun aspect of each new title in the series.
Awesome. Yeah, it definitely seems like the social aspect, definitely one of the biggest draws for both myself and obviously it seems like you too. And so I guess with that, I mean, I know I mentioned a little bit marriage before, but so who is your favorite bachelor or bachelorette?
Oh gosh.
If it might be too difficult, we can stick to Friends of Mineral Town and Pioneers of Olive Town if we want, or, you know, we can, whatever you want. So there are a lot of bachelors and bachelorettes to choose from though, so I understand the difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in the entire series, my very favorite bachelor or bachelorette was actually, there was a wizard character in one of the Wii titles, and he melted my heart for some reason. I was like 14 years old, and I was like, oh, I love him, and I decided to like date him because he was like, he stayed up all night, and he was alone. He didn't have any friends, so you just like give him coffee every day. He'd be like, oh, this is very nice, thank you. And he spoke in this very like sad kind of affectation in Japanese, and I had imported the Japanese version of this game, and so I was like so thrilled to like, you know, have the game earlier than usual and like get to know this guy. But in terms of like more recent games, for example, like Friends of Mineral Town or Pioneers of Olive Town, I actually, for Friends of Mineral Town, Ellie is definitely my best girl. She always has been for a very long time. Potpourri is a close second, but then for Pioneers of Olive Town, it's definitely Bridget for best girl. Best guy is difficult for me. Probably Pioneers of Olive Town, Jack really grew on me. But like, I don't want to say Lars because he's not marriable, but he's a marriage candidate in my heart. So I'll just say, yeah, Lars is cool.
That's one dream we have to let be dreams, I guess.
That's right.
How cute. All right, so our next question from the localization blogs you've worked on, you've shown us quite a bit of insight on the behind the scenes of bringing Pioneers of Olive Town to life in English. What was the most challenging aspect of localizing Pioneers of Olive Town?
Ooh, I want to say this was the first title for me that was being released so closely to the Japanese version. So I think the biggest challenge I was really apprehensive about when we were starting Pioneers of Olive Town's localization was, are we going to be able to make this work in time to have a nearly close to simultaneous release? They were only about a month apart. And so we basically had to, create a whole kind of, kind of like a workflow line, basically, of like, okay, our translator would bring us in text, I would edit it, and as soon as I was done, I would send it to our proofer, and we had to get ourselves working like a well-oiled machine, basically, to make sure that we were making deadlines. And we were lucky that everybody's just really great. I mean, we had a great time working on it, and the game's text was very fun to work on as well. It wasn't super text heavy compared to, like, say, Trio of Towns, so we had a little bit more leeway of working with the deadlines as well. And so it was a challenge, but we did manage to do it, and thanks to everybody's teamwork.
Oh, sounds like a very fun adventure. So I guess compared to localizing Friends of Mineral Town, how was Pioneers of Olive Town different? How was the process different? Was there anything that you learned from Friends of Mineral Town, or anything that you just really wanted to do different for Olive Town?
So I definitely was inspired by Friends of Mineral Town's relocalization. I really enjoyed the direction that the translators and editors have taken it. And so I wanted to bring that into Pioneers of Olive Town to an extent that's sort of the fun, whimsical sort of direction that they can take it. But at the same time, for me and for I think a lot of the people who worked on Friends of Mineral Town, we had that base. We knew what Mineral Town looked like based on the previous versions of the games. We knew the characters, we knew their personalities, and so going into Pioneers of Olive Town, this is the first brand new Story of Seasons title since Trio of Town, so it's been quite a couple of years since we've had a completely new title. And so, we had kind of a basic idea of what some of the new features were going to be, but we didn't have complete context for it until we were really testing it in early builds of the game. And so, we were looking at, look at this bucket. We're really scooping water. Okay, this is a feature. That's cool. Nice. So that was pretty neat. We had a lot of fun discoveries like that along the way.
Well, nice. And so I guess speaking of features, what feature or event were you most excited about when you learned about it in Pioneers of Olive Town?
Oh gosh, features. I want to say just a myriad of events on this game. I mean, there's over 200 of them. Every person in town has their own events. Every person has their own story to tell. Everybody's got just little happenings that they have with other members of the cast, and I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed seeing just kind of these cast members naturally kind of connecting with one another in Olive Town, and I enjoyed writing their dynamics and seeing how they would interact with different characters who they don't often talk about. So it was neat seeing every kind of flow of each character's events, because everybody had at least 4 events. The marriage candidates had at least 10 plus events after marriage, so there was a lot to a lot of character dialogue, and I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun to work on. And so I guess we kind of touched upon this in an earlier question about favorite bachelors and bachelorettes, but I kind of want to dig a little bit deeper. So I want to talk a little bit more about who you married in Poot, but specifically why. Can you give us any of your reasoning of can you sell your bachelorette to the PAX crowd, basically?
Yeah. So I married Bridget because from the moment I saw her on the design documents, I was like, oh no, I love her. And she has a very specific fashion sense that I try to channel in my everyday life. It's not quite cottagecore, but it's like casual cottagecore. I don't know how else to describe it.
It's Bridgetcore.
Yeah, Bridgetcore. I'm gonna call it Bridgetcore from here on out. But it was really cute to see her design and her story. They gave us some basic background on her story, and she really loved her family, but her family family was kind of drifting apart, and so she wanted to, you know, stay together with them for as long as she could. And you know, she's shy, but she hangs out with animals, but she can talk to them, and it's like she has like all these very cool features that you know I was really inspired by. I was like, oh, I can't wait to write her, and when I did, I was not disappointed. So I really enjoyed like going through her events in the actual game once it had come out, and you know, marrying her. It was super cool, and you know, because we have same-sex marriage now in Story of Seasons, you know, I was able to do that as a girl character, which was really cool.
All right, so with Story of Seasons being 25 years old, there are a lot of veteran farmers, but there's also some new folks just getting into the series with Pioneers of Olive Town. Do you have any tips for any first-time farmers listening in?
Oh, that's a good one. I want to say always prioritize your crops. I'm sorry to any like animal lovers who like Story of Seasons out there, but there's always some kind of crop meta. No matter like what game and series you play, there's like always a crop meta. Like even at Rune Factory, I think we have crop metas too. It's like, you know, make sure you farm sweet potatoes and stuff like that. So like, you know, same thing for Story of Seasons. You know, there's always that one crop that's like super profitable. And so one of the best things to do is like talk with the community. You know, discuss which one you found most profitable. And you'll find yourself making money very quickly, especially if you're on seedling mode, because I think seedling mode has like boosted shipping prices as well when you ship out really good crops. So that, and if you level up your you know, your farming skills in Pioneers of Olive Town, you will also get the opportunity to get really cute crops like star potatoes or like mosaic corn or jewel melons. So always keep an eye on those too. They're great to sell, obviously, but you can use them in recipes, and some recipes will specifically call for those. So definitely, you know, keep an eye out for those. Don't miss out.
All right, well, thank you. I'm sure a lot of those first-time farmers will really appreciate those tips. And so I know earlier, with an earlier question, we asked what your favorite part for playing the Story of Seasons games was. But what part of Pioneers of Olive Town did you have the most fun working on? For example, like a specific character's dialogue, an event, or specific dish names even?
You know, I think what I had the most fun working on was there was like basically gourmet quests where Love at the Town Gourmet, he would ask for specific things, and in Japanese he would just be like, oh, I really want to eat this food. But in English I was like, I wanna bring life to this, because you know, I was playing games this time that like really whose localizations were really like, you know, they in Japanese some of these descriptions were like, this is an item, but then in English they were like, this item has a long and storied history. I'm like, this is amazing, like I want to do something like this. So I managed to talk to the devs for Pioneers of Olive Town about it and to say like, hey, you know, I want to work within the limits of the text. Can we add text to that to, you know, make it a little more exciting for players who are doing these gourmet quests? And they were like, yeah, sure, why not? So I got to write all of the, you know, gourmet quest descriptions that Lovett has about just like some of the recipes that he requests. And you know, I was able to give Lovett a little extra lore as well behind, like, you know, why he likes these recipes or why he's asking for these recipes, or like just fun facts about the recipes that you're sending him. And then I had a whole bunch of fun with that. It was really fun to be able to you know, do something like completely personal in a Story of Seasons game like that, but you know, still keep it to the lore of the game.
Very fun. All right, so Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town brings back some older characters from previous games in the series with the Expansion Pass DLC, which you worked on. Which character did you have the most fun bringing to life in Olive Town from the previous series?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna say actually the Windswept Falls characters. They were from a past title on 3DS, but something I really enjoyed about them is that we got to, you know, breathe the new life into them, kind of like in the same way we did for Friends of Mineral Town. And so we got to kind of reimagine these characters, you know, based on the Japanese dialogue and put our own kind of spin on them. And it seems like it was received pretty positively. You know, fans really enjoyed seeing Neil and Felicia, you know, again. And after so many years, we're really excited to see them in full 3D. And, you know, they have their own stories to tell too. So, you know, definitely don't miss out on those if you played any of the past, you know, Story of Seasons games. Even if it's just like the other, you know, like the Terracotta Oasis characters from Story of Seasons, or a trio of Towns characters in Twilight Isle. You know, you don't want to miss out. They all have really great stories, you know, coming back from their original games to this one. So have fun with them.
Okay, so this goes back into the localization side. What advice would you give to someone looking to get into video game localization?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna say, find ways to study by yourself in any fun way you can. As you're getting to know the language. I think one of my favorite things to do when I was growing up and teaching myself Japanese was that I would learn via video games at first and kind of make my own sort of study lists. And actually, for one of the One Story of Seasons game I was talking about that I imported on Wii, I actually made a whole vocab list for that. I learned crop names, I learned animal names just by playing Story of Seasons, and I didn't realize how much it would help me later down the line, but it really did. And so my lesson to everyone who's trying to get into localization be, don't let just your regular curriculum guide you. Let your own hobbies, your own passions guide you. If you are really into cooking, look into Japanese cooking sites, learn new words from there. If you're really into, video games, read some publications like Famitsu or stuff like that, and Dengeki, and see what new terms you can find. If you really like farm games like me, start playing them in Japanese and learn all the crop names, the animal names, and then play it in English to see how you compare it. See what the differences between the localization and the Japanese version are. Because I learned a lot just doing that. So you can learn a lot just from doing fun things.
All right. Yep. And you heard it here, folks. Localization tips here from Lori. So thank you for giving your insight. I'm sure a lot of folks would be very interested in hearing about that. And so I guess going back into a little bit of a fluffier, no pun intended question, what is your favorite animal across the Story of Seasons series? Because I just want to know. I have to know.
Okay, this is extremely tough. I'm going to say the goats only because I feel like they're underrated.
Goat champion.
The series, yeah, I feel like the goats are the real goat in this series because they are standing next to the cows. We're just as good as the cows, and everybody's like, no, I'll take the strawberry cows. Oh, goats, but they're the underdogs in this game, and I can relate to that. So I appreciate the goats in Story of Seasons whenever they do pop up. They usually don't, but Pioneers of Olive Town actually has 2 types of goats, and I was like, yeah, goats. So.
All right, so you hear it now. We are championing goats here now on the Story of Seasons 25th anniversary stream for sure. All right, so I guess we can go ahead and get into our final question of the day, which is, do you have any closing remarks for the Story of Seasons fans out there as we close out our 25th anniversary celebration showcase?
Oh gosh, thank you guys so much for playing Story of Seasons. As a longtime fan, I know that the series means so much to a lot of people, and we're so glad that you're still here playing farm games with us, because we love farm games too. And so we're really glad that all of you guys are a part of this story. So thank you so much for all of your support these past 25 years, and we can't wait for the next 25.
That's for sure. And thank you, Lori, so much for joining us. Really appreciate it joining us for PAX. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, as we close up our stream, everyone, I do want to let everyone know that Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town is coming to Steam on September 15th. And again, make sure you pre-order now to take advantage of that 10% pre-order discount and receive the Buffalo Costume DLC as well. And also, just a reminder that Friends of Mineral Town is coming to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One with the Strawberry Hanukkah plushie making her return. Very excited. And also, make sure you follow Xseed Games on our socials and join our Discord at discord.gg/xseedgames. Till next time, bye-bye.
Bye.
Marvelous. Marvelous. This week in Retronauts, we are super fans of the Super Nintendo. Hi everyone, welcome to this virtual PAX panel of Retronauts. I am Jeremy Parrish, hosting this panel, this pretend panel, this panel through the ether. But what is not pretend is the fact that it is the Super Nintendo Entertainment System's 30th anniversary of its American debut back in August of 1991. And I just can't stop talking about this thing, so I thought, why don't we talk to a whole bunch of people? And it was going to be a whole bunch of people in an audience, but then the pandemic got worse. So now it's a whole bunch of people on Twitch. But thank you, those of you who have joined us. I have pulled together as many Retronauts hosts, co-hosts, as I possibly can. Bob could not be here. Because of scheduling conflicts. He's on the very sleepy American West Coast, and it's early in the day for him right now. But the other co-hosts of Retronauts are all here.
Good morning, evening, day to all. My name is Diamond Fight, calling in from Osaka, Japan. Seattle, I miss you, but I'm here to talk about Super Nintendo, and I appreciate Mode 1.
Mode 1. What was Mode 1? What was special about that one?
That was the background effect that most games, as I understand it, most games use that one as the background set to get multiple layers and a lot of colors per background. And, most games that you're thinking of probably use Mode 1, as I understand it.
If I'm not mistaken, Mode 1 was actually, wow, we're diving right in. But I think that was the one that had the most layers of scrolling. Like, it could have like 5 or 6 layers, 4 or 5. And the layers had fewer colors individually, but you got great depth. It just felt like, wow, there's so many scrolls. Everyone loves scrolls. But yes, unfortunately, because you are in Osaka, Japan, you have to call it Super Famicom. That's the rules. I don't make them up. Sorry. We just obey the law here. Coming in from, oh wow, actually everyone is in a different country in this recording. So let's head to the west, which would take us to the UK.
Hi, my name's Stuart Gipp. I think this is actually my debut as a co-host of Retronauts, because I haven't actually recorded one yet.
It's actually everyone's debut. This is a new thing we're doing. It's not just me and Bob, not just two cisgender, heterosexual white dudes from America. No, it's a whole pantheon of people from around the world.
Because I'm in Cambridge, England, I get to call it the SNES.
Yes, please do.
Fun of me. It's great.
Oh, we won't make fun of this panel. Maybe the audience, but they're at home and we can't hear them. This is time delayed, so this is the no shame zone. And finally, up in Canada.
Hello, I am Nadia Oxford of Actually the Blog God, the RPG podcast, and I think if I'm going to talk about SNES and my favorite thing, let's talk about transparency. If Fight can have Mode 1, I can have transparency.
Fair enough. Stuart, we didn't get your favorite thing about the Super NES.
Oh, shoulder buttons. Is that a good one? Can I pick that?
That is actually a good one.
Yes, actually. Those were so confusing at the very beginning. When we first picked up the Super NES control pad, we were like, what are these things? And, the very first games didn't really do much with them. I guess F-Zero did, but like Super Mario World, you just used it to move the camera forward and backward. And who actually needed that? Who did that? No.
It made a funny sound.
It did. But that's become really a standard of video game controllers in the years since. Eventually people figured it out and were like, oh, this is extraordinarily handy. Sometimes it didn't work out so well, like with Street Fighter. They were like, yes, you can map an attack to these shoulder buttons, which is extremely inconvenient and awkward. But you had things like cycling through menu pages in Final Fantasy, probably some other stuff,
Mega Man
moving
X,
laterally.
Switching weapons automatically, like that was a big thing.
That's true. Not having to go to the title or the menu screen.
Yeah.
The best one is in the Roadrunner game. If you press L, he goes meep meep.
And that's the best one.
He does the tongue thing, which I'm not going to do because it would be disgusting.
But that was kind of the precursor to a boy and his blob's hug button, really.
Yeah.
Just a button dedicated to something completely pointless. I love that. But the Super NES had buttons to spare. The NES and the Sega Master System and the Atari 7800, they all had 2-button controllers, and Nintendo came out of the gate swinging with a 6-button controller. Sega already had its Genesis, or Mega Drive, if you will, available on the market, and that had 3 buttons. But Nintendo was like, hold on, 3 buttons isn't enough. We're going to do twice as many. Our system is half as fast, but we're going to have twice as many buttons. And that was the 16-bit console war dynamic in a nutshell.
The button gap.
The button gap. right up there with the megahertz gap. So, if you don't mind my asking, where did each of you first encounter the Super NES? Was it at the system's launch, or was it many years later? Did you immediately appreciate it, or were you more of a Sega kid? I'm curious to know. Why don't we start with you, Stuart? Because I bet you were a Sega kid, or maybe a ZX Spectrum kid.
I was both of those things, but I was a Sega kid because I did not have a 16-bit system, and all my friends had Mega Drives, so I didn't really. I spent a little bit of time with the SNES playing Street Fighter 2 at friends, or playing stuff like Aladdin many years later, but I didn't get to really explore it until re-releases, emulation, that sort of thing. But it's a kind of dawning realization that it's got probably one of the richest libraries of any system, basically. So yeah, I've got a lot of. I mean, all you have to do is look at the SNES Classic Mini and just try and find a bad game on that thing, basically.
Diamond.
Well, I was a big NES fan, and I had actually traded from the NES to Sega Genesis shortly before the Super Nintendo, I think, was even announced. So I was like, well, I'm going to the next bits, and I got my Genesis, and I had a great time with the Genesis, but I would say probably by holiday 1991, I saw friends who had the Super Nintendo, and I was very impressed with what I saw. I was also in spring of 90. It took me a while. I think it was spring 93 where I was in France as part of a high school exchange program. I was visiting at La Rochelle, and my hosts had a Super Nintendo, or I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, Super Nintendo, Super NES. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, Nadia. Maybe what's French for Super Nintendo? Do we have a?
Le Super Nintendo. I honestly have no idea.
Okay, it's probably something like that.
Probably that.
But I remember seeing that at their flat or whatever, and thinking, wow, this is really exciting. So probably I think sometime that summer, I went and traded my Genesis for the Super Nintendo, and then started playing catch-up mode. It's like, okay, what did I miss? And I started playing a lot of Super Nintendo games, and by that point, actually, some of the early Super Nintendo games had ended up in the bargain bin, so I was able to sort of stock up on them, real cheap, which
really great stuff like Ultraman and Home Alone,
or Ranma 1/2 Super Hard Battle, which is one reason I'm sitting here in Japan today.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, awesome. So I wasn't there at day one, but the more I saw of it, the more I wanted to have it, and then eventually I got mine, and I loved it.
So I have a question for you. If your first real exposure to the Super NES was in France, does that mean that you were initially exposed to the good console design, and then had to come to America and slum it with the American console design, the lumpy purple design?
Well, I do like those. I do like the colors, honestly.
The colors are
cool.
I like the purple color. I guess the hardware itself is a little on the boxy side, but
yeah,
I did like how the sort of tactile sense of pushing in that eject thing, that had that thing actually pop right out. I thought that was neat. When I first saw it, I was like, oh,
that was pretty boss.
Yeah, the Super NES versus Super Famicom and European Super NES hardware design debate is always kind of something that comes up is hotly contested anytime you talk about the Super NES. There's always a debate over the hardware redesign that the American version got. And I'm not a big fan of the actual shape of the American one. The Japanese and European design is just like this very sleek, slightly rounded. It's a box, but it's just like a very well-designed box, which is something you don't always get with consoles. But the American system did have some great innovations. I don't know if those carried into the European design, but the controller, because they got rid of the 4 colored buttons, instead they replaced it with 2 lavender and 2 purple buttons, which isn't really as useful for on-screen displays, but they added concavity to 2 of the buttons. So you can just feel, by touching the system, by touching the controller, without having to look down which button you're touching, because 2 of them are raised and 2 of them are recessed. And that's such a great concept that I don't think anyone has stolen and borrowed. Stuart, was the European controller designed like that? I know you had the colored buttons, but did you have the concavity?
Uselessly, I don't actually know, unfortunately.
What are we paying you for?
I know that I read somewhere that even Miyamoto was impressed with that idea. He was just like, wow, that's a really nice, small, good, a little bit of innovative design.
And then he followed up with the N64 controller. They
Yeah.
learned nothing. And the GameCube giant A button and the weird little
you'll get tomatoes thrown at you.
kidney bean shaped GameCube X and Y buttons.
Yeah.
Like that's great if you're making a stew, not so great if you're controlling video games.
Eat controllers, that's what Parrish is saying here.
I would have to say the Super NES controller is one of the all-time greats. It's just such a, for 2D gaming, maybe not for 3D
Yes.
gaming, but for 2D gaming, when you don't need to worry about managing cameras and moving laterally on a Z-axis or whatever. It's just so well designed. Like the D-pad feels good and it's very responsive. The 4 diamond-shaped configuration button, I mean, that's what everyone uses on Xbox, PlayStation, and of course Nintendo Switch. Like all of these systems are based around that diamond shape. It's just intuitive and good.
Yeah, it feels like that was the genesis, so to speak, for a lot of controllers from then on. If you look, when you hold a DualShock or even a DualSense, you're holding the SNES controller in many ways.
Yeah, I mean the PlayStation controller, that obviously has a family tie to Nintendo's Super NES, but
Yep.
But it's basically like a mutant version of the Super NES controller where it grew 2 horns and an extra set of shoulder triggers.
Hi, I'm Satan. I'll be your controller today.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm sure that's how Nintendo felt about it.
Exactly. Their demons came back to haunt them in many ways.
Nadia, did you talk about how you came to love the Super NES? I don't remember you saying anything about growing up as a wee sprout in Canada.
No, I did not. I was always a huge Nintendo fan, of course, and I think by the time, I can't remember my timeline very well. I think by the time I got my Nintendo, the Super Nintendo was already out or was coming out, but I had worked so hard to even get my parents to let me buy a Nintendo that I was just like, you know what, I'm going to take my losses. So I first saw the Super Nintendo at a friend's house, actually. It was lunchtime. We were allowed to go off this was at school. We were allowed to go off the campus at lunchtime, grade 6, 7, 8, I don't remember. And I saw it at her house, and I was just so blown away. Like when you've been playing Nintendo your whole life, and you think about, say, the Mario 3 map, and then someone shows you the Super Mario World map, the jump in graphics and depth is just so incredible. So that was my first impression of the Super Nintendo, and then eventually I finally got one in '93. I had to basically keep my grades up for a long time, which I failed at, but I got there eventually. And yeah, and I got my Super Nintendo. And by '93, that was a great time to get into the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, in '93 you had Star Fox, you had Mario Kart out already, Secret of Mana, Mana. I forgot they've christened it as Mana now.
Right, I'm still a Mana person. Had Mega Man X as well.
That's true. Yeah. So lots of good stuff. So now that we've talked about how we met the Super NES, what is it that makes you enough of an enthusiast for the Super NES that you want to be on a panel like this talking about how great it is? What is it that struck you about the Super NES, and what has made it, cemented its place in your soul for all these years? I mean, obviously, as Stuart mentioned, it has a great library, but there's got to be more to it than that.
Who gets to go first?
Let's go in reverse order. We'll just keep going with you, Nadia.
Oh boy. When I first got the Super Nintendo, I think the thing that first really captured me was, of course, sequels to games I love, like Mario World, Mega Man X, and eventually, of course, I tried new things like Star Fox was what blew me away. Eventually, though, what got to me was the RPG library, and I'm gonna jump you before you can say that, Parrish, because that was my number one thing. So, yeah, had Secret of Mana, as you said. We had Final Fantasy VI. I started with Secret of Mana because I had been out of RPGs for a very long time, and a friend of mine said, hey, you should run Secret of Mana, you probably like it. And I said, all right, sure, why not? And I was like, holy crap, I love this so much. And then I progressed to Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Breath of Fire, name it, I played it. And yeah, it had a really stunning RPG library. And thinking back, that was a good choice I made because my brother wanted the Genesis because he was all into sports games. So I think I came out the victor. I think I got the system that best suited my tastes.
Fair enough. Stuart, what is it specifically in that amazing library that made you say, "Ah, yes, this is it. This is the thing I love"?
I think it's just because the NES and Master System to a lesser extent have sort of established a lot of these series. They already have their kind of core design down, and then the SNES versions are essentially like the next level of those. Like I mean, you know, the eternal debate of Mario 3 versus Mario World. Let's just push that aside for now. But Mario World is like obviously it's more of an evolution than I guess a revolution is the most cliche thing I could possibly say. But it takes the sort of larger map from Mario 3 and just goes, okay, what can we do now? As Nadia mentioned, you've got this full interconnected map full of secrets now. It's like the obvious next step for the Mario series. The same with Mega Man. You've got Mega Man X, which is, okay, we know how Mega Man plays, essentially. We've got, by that point, I think they had at least 4 or 5 of those out on the NES.
Mega Man X actually came out like within a month of Mega Man 6. So it was established at that point.
But what they've essentially got there is the same formula that is established, so you know what you're doing with it. But they've layered on so much on top of it that they couldn't do before. You've got the armor system. You've got the Maverick bosses with so many more sort of attacks and variation and stages that change depending on what order you play them in. Hidden things in the stages that you can then revisit to get, which they'd only sort of briefly dabbled with before. But really, it's the 16-bit gameplay in its pretty much prime place because it's a machine designed to do that rather than trying to push hardware that can't or do with sort of the throwback stuff like the later PlayStation 2D stuff. It's hard to explain, I suppose, but it's just like the absolute apex sort of traditional 2D gaming, I'd say. Like everything there was just on all cylinders. I mean, there were some horrible games, but the quality ratio is pretty damn high, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult to argue that most of the actual best games in those series were on that system, the ones that were made famous there or reached their full sort of prominence there. It's just a majestic console.
It is.
Basically. I think it's got a small. I do love, obviously, the Mega Drive. I love the Mega Drive, but it would be really difficult to argue. Like, if someone comes to you and says this SNES is the best console ever, you can't really no. you have to consider that, but yeah, kind of, pretty much, yeah.
I will say that there are Sega fans who will consider the claim that the Super NES was the pinnacle of 2D gaming fighting words, because the Saturn came along a few years later, and they loved them some Saturn, and the Saturn was amazing. It was not pure 2D though. Like it went back and forth between 2D and 3D, and sometimes integrated both. And the Super NES did not have a lot of 3D going on for it. I mean, it did have, the ability to do some rudimentary 3D, but it wasn't good. It was impressive considering the limitations of the system. But it's like you see a dog juggling and you're like, wow, I can't believe that dog is juggling. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to pin your career on the juggling dog. I don't know where this metaphor is going, but the point is, the point is that Star Fox needed a juggling dog. I think that's what I'm saying.
It had a juggling fox.
It did. Did he juggle?
I think he could if he wanted to. Fox McCloud was too cool to juggle.
He shot up a casino machine, a slot machine. That's almost the same thing.
Kind of the same thing, yeah.
But yeah, one of the funny things that I learned speaking to Dylan Cuthbert a few years ago, who was with Argonaut, who, the company that created Star Fox, and he was kind of the main programmer on that, is that the chip that they designed for the Super NES, the FX2 chip, which started out with a code name of Mario and the O was a 0 or something, that was actually developed before the Super NES hardware spec was complete. And there was actually some discussion at Nintendo of integrating that chip into the hardware. And that's such a fascinating alternate reality to consider. I mean, I think they decided not to because it was really late in the process of development. And, had they actually stuck that chip in there, it would have raised the cost of the console quite a bit. So they said, okay, no, let's not do this, and it just was, the expansion cards, which that's still pretty cool. But what would that have been like? Like, would the Super NES have had the all-time classic library that it does? Because developers really had to just kind of focus on making the most of 2D tech, unless they paid a huge amount for the FX chip. Or would they have been like, no, every game should now be like 12 frames per second and consist entirely of boxes moving around awkwardly in space without the controls to really back it up? Would that have derailed human history? Would things have gone even worse had that happened? I don't know. It's a question worth asking.
That is a very interesting question because, I only just recently found out about the Super Nintendo having the FX chip in another reality. And I feel like maybe we would have seen a time when developers would have experimented with this thing, like say Star Fox took off, like that was Nintendo's first 3D game, like just out of example. And they said, hey, we can do this too because everyone's so impressed with this, we'll just make some WoW money. And then maybe it would have faded away and maybe then we would have gone back, history would have been righted, as it were. But I'm not sure because, I love the original Star Fox. I just don't care. I will sit here and defend original Star Fox forever. But I will admit that 3D games on the Super Nintendo, especially, as much as I hate to say it, Star Fox 2 was not great. I can kind of see why Nintendo trashed it to focus more on Star Fox 64. So I don't think we would have had a great time if we'd had the Super FX chip in there. And who knows if developers would have felt like they had to use it or not. It's hard to say, really, but it is interesting.
What if developers had realized, hey, maybe 3D isn't the way to go with this? And, you would have had lots of kind of second-tier, second-string developers who were like, if we do 3D, everyone will love us. But what if you had a lot of other developers who were like, wow, there's a lot of calculating power to do some really cool 2D stuff, like Nintendo did with Yoshi's Island and the FX2 chip. Can you imagine if, like, Squaresoft had that kind of power to back them up for stuff like Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana and Chrono Trigger? Can you imagine like crazy Yoshi's Island effects in those games? How great would that have been?
I actually wonder how that would have affected world maps because we all got those Mode 7 maps, which were cool, of course, very iconic, but maybe we would have gotten some depth to those maps with the actual structure standing up. That would have been kind of cool.
Well, they kind of did that in I want to say Final Fantasy VI, didn't they?
No, everything seemed like it was maybe slightly raised, but it was really flat.
There's a little more dimensionality to Final Fantasy VI, or should we call it 3, than there was to the other RPGs that had like you're walking along a stretched sheet of rubber and you're popping up and everything is just like printed on the floor. It's like you're walking across the most elaborate painted floor in the galaxy.
Yeah.
But they did start to add some elements of three-dimensionality, like sprites and stuff that showed up on the maps. But yeah, it could have been more interesting. Who knows? So we haven't asked Fight. Diamond, how about you? What has made you say Super NES? That's the thing. That's what rocks.
Well, I'm caught up in everyone else's answers, and now the theoretical idea of what if Super Nintendo had just had FX chips in there all the time. That's really kind of mind-blowing to think about. But yeah, I think probably the simplest way to put it is that it was sort of the first sequel console. I know that the Genesis came out first, but the Genesis was basically coming out, replacing a console that was not a big hit. Like the Nintendo was a huge hit, and Nintendo's like, okay, well, here's our new Nintendo. It's like, oh, new Nintendo? What do you mean? And that sort of taught us, oh, okay, well, if you love these games, after a few years, we can make an even better machine. And obviously there's some downsides to that model, but I think from a pure entertainment standpoint, I think that was such a powerful hook. It's like, okay, all those games you liked, we're gonna make more of them, and they're gonna look better, and we're gonna have some of them, in some cases, little tweaks that'll make them more exciting or more appealing or just bigger in a way you didn't expect. And I think if you look at the generation after that is when the push for 3D really got very powerful and maybe even a little obnoxious in the case of some franchises. So I feel like here was Super Nintendo, a sequel to the Nintendo, and it was this sort of 2D wonderland, and everyone, there was some 3D, of course there was 3D experimentation, and some of it was good and some of it wasn't so good. But most of the heart of that system was some fantastic 2D games, and I think you can see the roots of a lot of games that people play now go back to that era. I mean, thinking about two games right off the top of my head that whenever people ask what your favorite games of all time, I mean, two games that are always perennial contenders for me are Super Metroid and Link to the Past. And, hello, those are basically, you look at right there, that's sort of the Metroidvania formula right there. It's like, you're exploring this big space. Like, so many games now are doing that. And so many
What
games...
was that word again?
Metroidvania.
I like that one. That's a good one.
Don't worry, I tipped you for that. I mean, if you look now at Kickstarter or indie things, or you'll see so many people are doing this, and it's almost all of them are like, oh, it's a 16-bit style action game with platform. It's like they're all playing on that to some degree. So I just think that's partly it's just age and when people came about when they played the system, but I really think like you can see. You see a lot of seeds there, and those seeds have bloomed 30 years later, and people are still eating the fruit. And the dog's juggling too. I think
the dog is juggling the fruit. Actually, yes.
And eating it.
If you stop and think about it, Nintendo kind of releases its consoles in pairs. You had NES, Super NES, then you had Nintendo 64 and GameCube. They felt very much like had a lot of continuity there, and then a massive change with the Wii, and then the follow-up Wii U. Maybe we don't talk about that one. So I'm curious to see where they go, with the follow-up to Switch, because clearly it's going to be, the next Switch that they do. Yeah, right. Switch 2, Switch Prime. But you have that, on
XL.
No,
XL.
that's part of the same continuity of one thing. So you look at Game Boy Color, then Game Boy Advance, then DS, then 3DS. And then they stopped making handheld systems because the console became a handheld. It's amazing.
Virtual Switch.
Virtual Switch. Ah, yes. I guess that is the one that's kind of hard to pin down. Where does Virtual Boy belong besides in the landfill?
Nowhere.
It does not belong in the landfill.
Book available now from. Where is it available from?
LimitedRunGames.com. Yeah, I would say. If you look back at the Super NES, a big part of its legacy is that it never went away. I mean, once the NES retired, you really stopped seeing 8-bit style games. I mean, I guess you had Game Boy, but even those felt, appreciably different. So there was a pretty big gap between the demise of the NES in 1994 and the advent of the Game Boy Color in 1998. That's 4 years. But Super NES and Super Famicom, that first debuted in Japan in 1990, and the last Super Famicom game was actually in 2000, late 2000. It was a HAL game, a remake of Metal Slayer Glory, the game that almost bankrupted HAL and caused Nintendo to swoop in and say, we're going to save your bacon, but only if Iwata is like our boss now, or actually your boss, and then later our boss. But just a few months after the final Super Famicom game came out, the Game Boy Advance launched, and that was basically portable Super NES. I mean, that was the big selling point. Was like, hey, here's all the Super NES games you love, and you can play them on the go. And you're missing some pixels, but it's okay because you remember how great this was. Yes, you do.
Yeah, you're missing some pixels, and you're missing some sound channels.
Right, and then GBA just kind of rolled into DS, and DS, a lot of its 2D games were just straight up Super NES games. I mean, if you buy a DSi XL and play some of those Super NES style games, or just ports of Super NES, like Shiren the Wanderer or the Castlevania games, it's just like having this big, beautiful, portable Super NES in your hands, and it's so good. And by the time the DS went away, you had indie gaming, who was like, they kind of moved their let's be fake 8-bit games, and now let's be fake 16-bit games. So really, there's been this 30-year plus continuity of Super NES visuals, aesthetics, to a degree, music, and game design. And it's just become this indelible part of video gaming. It's really hard to think of another system whose look and style has been so just perpetual in gaming. I mean, PlayStation was a big deal, but I don't think you're going to say that, like people were hankering to play games that looked like PS1 games in like 2006 or 7. That wasn't the case. And I guess unless you had a DS, but that's just because that was the best that little guy could do. We believe in you, DS.
we honestly do. And yeah, you're right about the nostalgia really hanging in there. I feel like people are only now getting an appreciation for those PS1 polygons, and of course dressing them up to a certain degree because, let's face it, those PS1 polygons were not great most of the time. And yeah, the Super Nintendo, another thing I only learned very recently was it lasted for a very long time in Japan, because in Japan, the N64 just did not really do so great.
Yeah, the N64 did really well here. This was, the U.S. was and I guess Canada, North America was its biggest market by far. And so Nintendo pretty much phased out the Super NES the following year. You got like Kirby's Dream Land 3 and Harvest Moon and, like a port of Ms. Pac-Man, because everyone was clamoring for that in 1997. And the system pretty much just went away, but it kept rolling in Japan for quite a while. And not only did you have, Satellaview games that were downloadable and you could play them over the airwaves on your computer, you could download new games every week. You had things like Rockman and Forte, a brand new Mega Man game designed in the style of the PlayStation Mega Man 8, but on your Super NES. And there were Fire Emblem games. There was the hidden sequel to Chrono Trigger that was actually a visual novel. There was just all kinds of interesting stuff happening in Japan on the Super NES, Super Famicom, that we just never got here, or at least, it showed up years later in alternate forms, because Nintendo was like, these kids don't care about 16-bit. They want the juicy 64-bit polygons. They want that Vaseline smear on the screen. They love those blurry filters. Give it to them.
It was great.
Encouraged by the sort of media at the time and the magazines saying, as soon as about 94 or late 94 rolled around over here anyway, it felt like anything 2D. It was just like, this is garbage. Don't even look at this. Symphony of the Night.
I would say it was especially over there. I remember I would pick up import European magazines, British magazines, in like 94, 95, and they were just dumping. It was like the Dave Matthews Band tour bus just like rolled over on the bridge and dumped a stream of sewage on 16-bit style gaming. Like I remember, reading British reviews of Mega Man X3, just being like, "What is this crap?"
Yeah.
Crop, I suppose.
Mega Man X3.
And yeah, like just Next Generation magazine, which was basically like Edge magazine with the extra U's filed off. Just hated Symphony of the Night, just dumped on it. But in fairness, they played Doom and were like, how come I can't talk to the demons? I want to be their friend. So they had some interesting perspectives all around in that magazine. So I don't know if you can use that as like the standard, but I agree, there was, especially in the West, a real eagerness to move away from Super NES visuals and Genesis visuals for that matter, and to get on with this polygon thing, and to have shaky wobbly boxes at 10 frames per second replacing beautiful lush hand-drawn landscapes and rock solid gameplay. And we just we really didn't look back until 7 or 8 years later, and Game Boy Advance came out and we were like, oh, what were we thinking? This was actually pretty good. But it took a while for the West to kind of come back around, and I don't think that ever really went away in Japan. So I don't know. Diamond, maybe you can talk more about that. I know you weren't in Japan at the time, but just kind of the perspective that you have, talking to people and just kind of absorbing what you find at game shops and in publications and so forth. I'm curious if that's kind of your perception also.
Well, I know the PlayStation was huge, and that's sort of a different conversation. And I think we're sort of starting to see now an embracement and even a nostalgia for that early PS1 stuff. But the Super Nintendo has had a really good run up until now. It's pretty much been unchallenged, and I think now you're starting to see what if we have an early 3D versus a 2D? But it's almost like, if this makes any sense, if we talked about as the Super Nintendo being sort of this 2D playground and sort of being this pinnacle of all these 2D design ideas and how that's carried forward and been embraced for long. It's going to take a long time, and it would also take a lot of money for a independent developer to sort of make an advanced 3D game. Like it's not as easy for them to reach for that brass ring, whereas making a 2D game is always going to be a little more accessible, I think, to a larger base of developers. I mean, I think if you look at the jump from the 16-bit to 32-bit era, yes, there was an explosion of game and everyone tried to get on that market, but also it's also when you started to see a lot of developers sort of drop out because they couldn't keep up. We don't have the budget for this, we don't have the manpower for this, we can't make all these games in 3D. We don't, this game that we make, it only works in 2D, and now people don't want it anymore. So I do think 2D is always going to have a longer legacy, and I think it certainly has had that here. I mean, if I go to the game stores, you really do. I tend to see a lot of pixel art on walls, and
Yeah.
I think that's sort of the of course I can't think of the word right now, but there's a word for that sort of that aesthetic that it's not pixel, but Pico. Anyway,
dot art.
Yeah. So I still see that. I still see that imagery a lot. I still see those sort of just blocks of things. Even with just people can use post-it notes and just sort of display their favorite game characters that way. And even if you look at Nintendo, they've made some amiibos that are just those big. They're basically voxels, but like sort of those blocky amiibos that represent. I mean, they're supposed to be 8-bit characters, but they're sort of blocky as a.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mario right now.
Right. I think it's going to be a while, if ever, where you're going to see some sort of embracement of sort of the low poly model. I mean, Super Mario Odyssey had the low poly Mario, but that was the first time I think I ever saw that one.
Of one exception, and that's the Final Fantasy VII characters. I've seen them in polygon blocks because I have a set myself.
Yeah, there's some Virtua Fighter figures that are designed like the Model 2 Virtua Fighter characters, all blocky and there's definitely some nostalgia for that, but it's not as pervasive. And
we're getting there.
And you're right, Diamond. It's much easier for developers, indie developers especially, to create a game in the Super NES mode or the NES mode. But I mean, you look at something like Axiom Verge, which was created by one person. And that is like a straight up, it's a Super NES game basically, to the point where he actually kind of, Tom Happ, the developer, really kind of pursued like specifically the sort of pixel proportions of the Super NES versus specifically the Genesis. So, one person can do that. I don't think you could make a satisfying 3D game of the same amount of depth and substance as Axiom Verge 2. By yourself. That just seems like way too demanding.
Yeah, the Super Nintendo aesthetic is definitely a little more indie friendly, I think.
So we are actually kind of running low on time here, talking about the Super NES's legacy. We have about 10 more minutes. So I think this would be the opportunity for us to do the what is it called? The instant death round. I want each of you to name.
Die.
What's that?
You know, you're going to kill us.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank God.
This is how you cement the Super NES legacy. Like, you talk about how great it is, and then that's it. You never play anything else because you can't. No, we're going to. I'm going to challenge each of you to name the 3 perfect Super NES games. It's okay if there's some overlap, but I want to hear from you which 3 games for Super NES are just perfect. Which embody the essence of all that is Super NES. Stuart, I'm going to put you on the spot since you made jokes about dying. I'm going to make you wish I'd killed you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make you guys wish you were dead when I tell you all the games that I love.
Zool and.
Oh God, not the same question. Don't ask me about Zool later.
That's an episode in itself.
Yeah, it's a whole episode exactly.
I saw your button. Ask me about Zool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just out of frame. It's just out of frame. Well, Donkey Kong Country, the first one, is one of my favorites. If only, graphics aside, which are still amazing. People will argue about that, but I'm afraid they're all wrong, and it looks amazing.
If you play that game on a CRT as opposed to like emulating it on a big monitor, it looks incredible.
Yeah.
Like everything just blends together because of the nature of CRTs, and it really does. Like, I think it's easy to forget just how mind-blowing that game looked coming from a Super NES in 1994. But if you cast yourself back into the actual technology we were using with like composite connections, it really did look like, hey, somehow there's like a PlayStation game running on my Super NES. I don't know how they did it. And high definition graphics kind of reveal the lie there, the flim-flammery, but at the time, amazing.
It's the sort of thing where you'd think it was a gimmick to distract you from sort of rote gameplay, but I don't think that at all. I think it plays brilliantly. I think it plays smoothly. I think there's a lot of momentum behind it, and not in the way you move, but the way it's structured. It's very, very fast paced. It's still my favorite one of the three, and I know people love 2, but I find it a bit too stop-start compared to the first one. I just think it's a fantastic game, and weirdly enough, I think it's kind of underrated despite being one of the most loved games on the system. Other than that, I also got to give it to Kirby Superstar, which was released here as Kirby's Fun Pack for some reason.
It sounds like a candy.
Yeah.
Kind of candy.
It's what it is if you're not familiar with it, which let's face it, you probably are. It's I think it's about 6 or 7 like individual sort of short-ish Kirby games put into this one package, and you start off with I think 2, 3 or 4, and you can unlock more as you play through, and it builds into a kind of a crescendo. So there's a sort of a story running through it that ends with this game called Milky Way Wishes, which is just like the amalgamation of sort of everything that makes Kirby fantastic, I think. So you've got your basic game, Spring Breeze, you've got a Meta Knight game where the whole game has a running commentary from the villains who you're absolutely taking to pieces the whole time you're playing it. Like, it's all against the clock, it's very fast paced. And then there's the Great Cave Offensive, which is a sort of what was that word again? Metroidvania?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Nonsense, it'll never catch on.
Metroidmania.
Yeah, Metroidvania, I like that better. Which gives you that kind of exploration style game. There's Gourmet Race, which is a straight sort of 2-player racing game. There's something there for everyone. It'll take you hours and hours and hours to get 100%, and it's kind of like the template for the whole of the future sort of 2D Kirby, with the exception of like the Dreamland series, which immediately ended after Dreamland 3. So, yeah.
I miss my little hamster buddy.
Oh yeah. Oh, they brought him back eventually.
Oh, okay.
They brought Rick back. He's a good lad. I like Rick.
All right. All right. And one more game from you.
I'm allowed to pick one game that is like a me game.
Okay.
I'm going to go for the Addams Family. For this time.
Really? Okay.
And there is actually a reason for that. It does tie into it because it's a game that was ported from the Amiga, but the SNES version is like easily superior. So it's kind of a showcase of how it could take older games like that, or even lesser known games, and give you pretty much the best version of them. That's not universally true, but in this case it is, and I do think that that's an underrated sort of platformer. It too has a kind of Metroidvania style thing going on where you can go to any part of the sort of Adams Mansion that you want. It's very simple to play, and it's full of little secrets, and it's just really well designed, and I just wanted to shout it out because the Addams Family is good, and so is Gomez is good lad. I like it.
All right, thank you for the dark horse there, like literally a dark horse. Diamond, what about you? Your perfect 3.
Well, I already said 2, but I guess those are games that everyone already loves. So,
I mean, that's fair. If you want to cite those 2 games, I mean, that's totally justifiable.
I mean, there's certainly 2 games I played the most on that console, hands down. I played them on repeat for years. Well, I think if I were to give another shout out, I would probably want to highlight Super Punch Out. Because as a kid growing up in the 80s and seeing Punch Out in the arcades, and then seeing what Punch Out became on NES, like I love Punch Out on NES. It's a great game, but I still had the memory of the arcade in my head. I was like, this doesn't look anything like the arcade game. It's a fun game, but I wish it looked more like those arcade games where you had this. You felt like you were a boxer, and the effect where you looked through yourself and you're punching someone, and it's a big silly cartoon character. And Super Punch Out is that. Super Punch Out delivers that. Here, you are a character. You're basically semi-transparent, and you face up against this just an increasingly ridiculous number of some of them aren't even boxers. I mean, eventually there's a guy who comes out and he's got a stick. That's completely against the rules.
He's just gonna beat your ass with a stick. That's it. He's at it.
He's got a stick and he's like 90 years old, and no one's telling him to put the stick down. And
you try and take it.
Yeah.
He's not giving it up. It's part of his hand. So I think that was just a wonderful. That was a game that I remember when I first put it in and played it at home. I was just so thrilled, like, oh, this is what I really wanted. This is what and there's so many games I think you could probably say that about. I mean, I'm not gonna pick any more games, but yeah, I think if I was gonna pick a third game to to pair off with the other two that have just sort of dominated my brain for 30 years. I would say Super Punch Out is there, and it's this one that's it's so much fun to play and even just to look at. And I guess it probably didn't do so well here in Japan. I don't think it made the cut for the Super Famicom Mini. I think it was more of I think it was only on the American version, which is a shame because I think even if you're not a boxing person, I'm not like a boxing person, but I love that game. So,
all right, Nadia.
I'm going to go with Mega Man X, Final Fantasy 6 or 3, and Chrono Trigger. I think if you are an RPG fan, Final Fantasy 6 or Chrono Trigger kind of speak for themselves, how monumentally important they were for the genre, particularly it showed you that RPGs could be more than simple sprites marching across the screen. It also showed you they could have incredible graphics, incredible music. And I think Mega Man X to this day is one of the most perfect action games ever made. Like, it's just one of those games that I pick up and I play it for an hour or two, and it's just always there, like my muscle memory. It's just so smooth and easy to go through. And I think those are the three games that are like just really hard to go wrong with. Unless you're not an RPG fan, then you're screwed. But it's a good basis, I think, if you are an RPG fan. And of course, if you are an action game fan, Mega Man X is the way to go. I'll echo Stuart and say that Donkey Kong Country is fantastic. I prefer 2 a little bit more, but I do think 1 is amazing. And I have to say, as a Canadian, I've never seen a more realistic depiction of a snowstorm coming in a video game than Donkey Kong Country and the mountain levels where the sky just gradually darkens and the snow gets closer and closer, and then you just can't see a damn thing anymore. That's pretty realistic.
All right, and well, you all said things like Chrono Trigger and Super Metroid. I have to say Super Metroid. I mean, that's just, it's maybe not a perfect game, but it's pretty damn close. Just the way there's this kind of feedback loop with your abilities and the ability to explore. It really is the baseline of so many games that have followed since. Just the loop of the action and the design, and the way it tells a story so subtly and wordlessly. Once you get past the prologue, like there's a very kind of affecting story that takes place and no one ever says a word. It's really, really pretty phenomenal. It's a great sequel and a great game on its own. I would also say ActRaiser, a really fantastic hybrid game that combines sort of Castlevania-ish action, which is a little clumsy, and it combines an extremely light simulation, nowhere near as deep as SimCity, and also has some very, very cursory role-playing elements to it. Nowhere near as substantial as Final Fantasy 2 or 3. But when you add all those things together, you have this really fantastic game that, again, like Super Metroid, has this great loop to it. And everything you accomplish in one mode carries forward into the other modes. So the more you achieve, building cities in the sim mode, the more powerful you are when you go into combat. And the better you do in combat, the more points you earn, the more effectively you can build your simulation. And it just, there's all these little story vignettes. It really reminds me of Dragon Quest in that way, where it's, you go to a place and there's a tiny little bit of story, just enough to kind of keep you going and to motivate you, and then you sort of get your feedback from the citizens you've helped. And even though they're like these tiny little 5-pixel, you can't even call them effigies of a human. They're like just like little things that you just kind of project human emotions onto. You're actually moved, when you have a supplicant who comes to your temple with her husband, and then something happens to the husband, and from then on you only see the woman coming to the temple. It's like, that's ridiculous. Like, that shouldn't be moving, and yet it is. It's like, it just really demonstrates the power and, just how evocative and, affecting video games can be with almost nothing,
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
I have to say that might be the first instance of the SNES sound capabilities really just coming to the fore, because that's an incredible soundtrack. To the fact,
Yuzo Koshiro said, "I'm going to make a soundtrack that is exactly Star Wars, the Star Wars, soundtrack," and he did it.
Yeah,
and that bastard absolutely did it. I'm surprised he didn't get sued, but God bless him, because there was nothing that sounded like that at the time in video games. I mean, even CD-based consoles were still pretty new, and You would have like someone's garage band record something, and you're like, okay, sure. But this was different. It was amazing. Yeah.
Was Spencer Nielsen? Hell yes.
And finally, I'm going to give it up for a Super Famicom game, not to be tout my cred or anything, just because it's a game that has come to the U.S. in other forms and is just a remarkable game, and has also been the basis of so many other games that have derived ideas from it, and that's Sharon the Wanderer, the first Mystery Dungeon game, actually second Mystery Dungeon game, but it takes the concepts of an RPG, a roguelike role-playing game, from personal computers, simplifies it to something that works on a console with the Super NES controller, and still manages to be incredibly deep. It's different every time you play it. There is this really great meta game, so that you go into the dungeon the first time, you get slaughtered, but you accomplished a little bit along the way, and that's retained even though you're sent back to the beginning of the game at level 1. And so it's just this progressive adventure. The Super Famicom game is really interesting because it has a battery backup, and every action you take, the game saves. So there's no save scumming, there's no backtracking, there's no way to like trick the game. Like you go into a dungeon, you swing and miss at an enemy, and it hits you really hard. You can't say, well, I'm gonna rewind back to the beginning of this dungeon, because that whiff and counterattack is enshrined in memory.
Is that the first instance of console autosaving?
I don't want to say that it is, but maybe. I don't know.
Could be.
Could be. But in any case, it's just a phenomenal game. Tons of depth. That came out in the U.S. on Nintendo DS and was pretty much, they added a little bit, but it's largely unchanged. More recently, the 5th game has come out on Switch and I think PS4 and PC. I should know this because I worked on it for a limited run. It was the Tower of Fate and the Dice of Fortune, I believe is the subtitle. It's very unwieldy, but it's an amazing game. So good. And, it really draws visually and mechanically from that timeless Super NES game from like 1993, 94. So, yeah, it's an amazing console. We are out of time for this presentation, but, I think we've done a pretty good case of making an argument that the Super NES is the bomb. Yes, it is better than a juggling dog. It is truly exceptional. Final words, final thoughts from each of you.
It's as good as a juggling dog, but that's not to say a juggling dog isn't amazing.
How many indie games are based on juggling dog?
There's probably like 50 that we don't know about.
Okay. I think it's great. I mean, look at... Oh, there we go. Look behind me. Yeah, Super Mario World. It's just going to run forever. I just watch that loop over and over again, and I hear the sounds in my head, even when the sound is off. It's a great system. Tons of memories wrapped up in it, but, it still stands beyond nostalgia. So thank you, the three of you, for joining me for this panel. Thank everyone who stuck around and watched this entire panel. Now go play some Super NES games. They're great, and you'll still enjoy them. All right. Thanks, everyone.
welcome to Actually Autistic GMs. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer, and I am the Director of Education and Training with Game to Grow. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit located in Seattle, Washington, and we believe in the use of games of all kinds to promote individual, educational, and community growth. In particular, we are most well known for our groups that utilize Dungeons & Dragons and Minecraft to support social skills in adolescents and adults. And I am here with some awesome panelists today, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Jared, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks. My name is Jared Kilmer. I am a clinical psychologist and also director of counseling services at Game to Grow. I'm excited to be on this panel. I have been playing tabletop RPGs since 2014 when 5th edition came out for Dungeons & Dragons, and I was diagnosed with autism earlier in 2021, near the beginning of the year.
My name is Shona Spain. I am not a doctor. I am the volunteer coordinator for Game to Grow, amongst other things. I have been playing TTRPGs for about 10 years. I started with Shadowrun. And I was diagnosed with autism when I was about 9 years ago. I think I did the math. I think that's right.
My name is Virginia Spillman. I am one of the co-founders of Critical Core with Game to Grow, and I volunteer with Game to Grow, which is an excellent organization. And I'm the executive director of a nonprofit in Centennial, Colorado called Star Institute, which is interested in sensory health and sensory informed care, particularly obviously for neurodivergent populations. I have been playing tabletop role-playing games slightly longer than I've been writing Critical Core, which feels like a really long time, but is probably, gosh, I've probably been playing for 6 years or so. And I was diagnosed autistic January this year.
And I am Dr. Raphael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B for long Italian name reasons. One of my internships, the guys took one look at my name and went, nope. You're Dr. B now. And that's just kind of stuck because apparently my name sounds more pretentious than my title. And I am not directly affiliated with Game to Grow, though I'm friends with a lot of people there and they do amazing work. I am the clinical director over at takethis.org, which since 2012 has been rocking it, the mental health mission specifically within the game community. I am also just everywhere I'm around. We'll talk about that later. But I am the co-author of a best-selling tabletop role-playing game module called Gardens of Fog. I have been playing tabletop RPGs for 25 years-ish, a while. I don't know. It's just been there. And I was diagnosed autistic at age 35. I flew under the radar for a long time, largely because of tabletop RPGs, I think.
Thank you all so much. I know that I'm assuming that everybody is as excited to be here as I am. Before we jump in and really get started, I'm assuming that some people in the audience probably have some questions about what exactly is autism.
Yeah, bet they do. Yeah. Who wants to jump into this very simple answer?
I'll start because I'm the only not doctor in the group. It's a spectrum, right? So you might be sitting there thinking, oh, they can talk. How are they autistic? Well, it turns out some of us can talk. There's a bunch of clinical nonsense, but what you want to know is that we think differently. Our brains are just approach things very differently. That's a lot of what we're going to talk about today. And so we are considered neurodivergent. I think I got that right. Anyone want to add?
Yeah.
As I affectionately call it, clinical nonsense to that.
I will not add clinical nonsense, but I will add that when we talk about neurodivergent, what we really mean is a way of experiencing the world that's different to the majority or the perceived majority. And it's certainly different to the experience of those for whom the world was predominantly built, especially the Western world. So, a lot of architecture, education systems, health systems, and so on were written for the able-bodied and for a pretty specific type of brain. And those of us that experience the world differently, process things differently, we're divergent from that. And so that's what that phrase means. It also is a really inclusive phrase, so we can talk about our neuro tribes and our neurokin. Our neurodivergent friends who have attention differences, who have mood differences and processing differences and all sorts of different things like that. When we talk about autism in this group, we tend to use identity first language. We tend to talk about I'm autistic in the same way that I'm a woman. If I was athletic, it would be in the same way that I was athletic, because it's really shaped who I am and how I experience the world. And I know some of us don't mind, and we switch between the two, but just to explain that if you hear us using identity first language, it's sort of a way of cultivating autistic pride.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm one of the sizable minority that I do not care whether people use identity first or person first language, so long as the context of that language is respectful. Because somebody could use identity first language and be a complete Nimrod towards me, trying to keep my language clean on that topic. But yeah, I use them. But from a clinical nonsense perspective, autism is a collection of, is from a diagnostic perspective, a collection of symptoms. Because it's tricky, because all mental health diagnoses are outward expressions of internal experiences, and it's part of the reason that diagnostics is so tricky, because people can have outward expressions that look the same but for very different reasons. And we can go down the rabbit hole of the way some of the criticisms of autism diagnostics, especially in regards to gender diversity and culture, because there's a lot, a whole lot.
Just a whole.
But by and large, we don't understand nonverbal language and social cues the same way other people do. I've had a lot of funny things happen to me this week because of it. I was apparently being flirted with in a video game. Didn't know. Had no clue. Was informed later by my social translator. And but we also tend to have really intense interests. Clinically called stereotyped and or repetitive interests. Some of us call them special topics, because we just get real focused. And another big category that a lot of autistic folks experience is sensory idiosyncrasies. My love of hats actually arose from the fact that I'm fairly photosensitive, and my living in Seattle is very convenient for that. We don't get a whole lot of sun. So yeah, from the clinical nonsense perspective, that's kind of the summarization.
The reason I call it clinical nonsense is because I am not a doctor, so I want to be very clear that I don't know any of that stuff. I also
mentioned that.
Did you know? So the other reason I say that is because a lot of the diagnostics tend to be deficit based, which I'm just not a fan of. And I know that's not nobody here's fault, of course, but it's something that I think is interesting to call out as well.
Yeah. I think I'd like to add a footnote to that, really, because speaking of living in a world that wasn't really designed for people that experience it differently, the diagnostic measures in the DSM, for example, are really measures of distress behaviors.
Yeah.
They're not measures of, they're certainly not strength based.
No.
But when you meet all that criteria in a really solid way, it generally means that something's not right and you're not experiencing a lot of joy, and that those pieces of trying to adapt into this world are very taxing for you and very costly. My diagnostician said one of the reasons I was missed for 42 years was because I'd cultivated a supportive lifestyle for myself. And I had a really understanding husband, and I'd created a career around my special interest. So, I think it's an interesting piece to think about, especially as we talk about how tabletop role-playing games can be a place that's providing a really safe alternative to a lot of the experiences we have day to day.
Absolutely.
It's almost as if if you build a supportive social environment that bolsters differences, disabilities tend to kind of get accommodated or even disappear. What?
An
Silly
idea to
social
hold
model
like
of
in the
disability.
forefront of our mind for a lot of this conversation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, several of you all have mentioned this, but you talked about being diagnosed in adulthood. Now, does that mean, I'm assuming some people in the audience have the thought that that might mean that you weren't autistic before and that you became autistic later in life, similar to the way that we might experience a depressive episode, feeling really depressed later in life? Would anyone like to
I think
speak?
it happened because I graduated so low in my class in high school. There was a real turning point at that point because my rank was just below the cutoff score. And I was definitely not autistic before that. It's definitely not why I struggled in high school. No, it's Virginia brought up the idea of neurodiversity, and when that term was created in the early 90s, when it was coined in the early 90s, it was largely coined, I believe, as a way of differentiating certain experiences differently from other, mental health challenges like depression or anxiety, which a metaphor I like to use is autism, and later it incorporated things like ADHD and learning disabilities, essentially things you're born with. Okay, your brain is born working differently. You're on a different operating system as opposed to malware, which can develop later on. And PTSD is an acquired psychic injury because of trauma, whereas all of us our brains were just born working differently. We're Linux in a Windows world.
I wasn't diagnosed as a child because my biological parents didn't want me to be put into special education, and they felt because I was talking, even though a lot of teachers and stuff wanted me to get to be seen for that, they wouldn't do it because they didn't want me to put me into those worlds. I sought a diagnosis for something completely different because I was never told this, and I walked out with an autism diagnosis. So it and I also want to say that diagnoses are a privilege, right? There are plenty of people that are going to self-diagnose, and I at least in my community, you are welcome to do that because of that privilege. If you come from a different background than I was in my 20s, you might not be able to find the funding or even find a doctor that will talk to you, or find a doctor that will meet your. That was my service dog. Very sorry, she's having a nightmare. You won't be able. I know she's a goofball. You won't be able to get that diagnosis, and so I think we're all very aware of that privilege, and we'll be conscious of it too.
Yeah, there's a lot of accessibility issues with mental health needs in this country.
So I was autistic before I was diagnosed. One of the fun stories I tell is when I was in grade school, like first or second grade. Every time we would have lunch, I'd go into the cafeteria, I would open my lunchbox, I would maybe take a bite or two, I'd throw it all away, and then I'd start hitting my head against the cement wall. And the teachers would just watch this happen. And then the bell would ring and I'd go to the next class. So I could look back on this and determine I was very overwhelmed. There's lots of kids, lots of noise. The lights were probably terrible because this was, the early 90s. I may have had problems with the food. Lunchtime's in the middle of the day, so I would have had an entire morning of sensory overwhelming and social overwhelming things. So that was not the best expression of having a meltdown, but it is something that can happen. That just because I didn't have a label for it doesn't mean I wasn't autistic. That's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, when I got my diagnosis and I told my family about it, it was so it turns out I'm autistic, but don't worry, nothing's changed. I always was, and that helped that message land, I think, really well, because they were like, "Oh, I didn't understand that explains X, Y, and Z, but also you're right. You're the same person you've been the whole time."
Yeah, it's a good way to say it. Yeah.
Apparently, I was the last to know. I told people, and they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
I argued with my psychiatrist for 2 weeks, which is what, for him, reinforced my diagnosis because I did a bunch of research. I came in with a notebook full of notes and a bunch of citations and all kinds of, like, a pro-con list. Sealed the deal for him. Yeah.
That's awesome. So several have mentioned how supportive of an environment tabletop RPGs have been for you. It sounds like some of that has been the way that you have selected to play tabletop RPGs or the kind of groups that you've been a part of. I'm wondering, would you generally recommend that our listeners tell their players that they're autistic if they're a game master with a group of people?
It depends.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a formula for that, right?
No.
So, your first priority, and I think especially as with the neurodivergent brain, is your own safety. And so, how do you feel in this group? And there's 20, 30 different ways you could disclose to the group. You could disclose one at a time. You could disclose to everyone at the same time, all of those different things, but make sure you feel safe. Make sure this is a group of people who doesn't immediately think of media representations of autism or presume oh well, that must mean you're not the person I thought you were, and all of those different things. So I don't think there's a formula for that, but I would say that it's been one of the most healing environments for me to be with and to be open and to unmask. In fact, I've enjoyed playing with my neurodivergent friends so much. And we have an excellent DM. She's wonderful. That I
Whoever could she be?
I wonder that sometimes it's been hard for me to transition back into neurotypical spaces where I forget, like, oh yeah, I can't be like that with you all. But if there's, so it's sort of, my answer is there's no formula. Make sure you're safe. Make sure it's not going to push you too far and stress you out and use your resources too much. But if you can cultivate a safe space and find a safe group of people, it's very, very nurturing. It's very nourishing.
What I would add on to that is you don't have to bring the diagnosis into it, right? Like you can sit down with a group and, whatever your flavor is, you can be like, well, so sometimes it takes me a little longer to plan, to process information. So if the GM could keep that in mind when you're asking me what I want to do, like if you can be like, hey, I'm going to ask you next while you're talking to a different person. So like initiative is going to be great for me because I'm going to know right when I'm going to be in. You don't have to be like, because I'm autistic, right? Like you don't have to bring that up. You can say, hey, I'm a little sensitive to noise. So if we could try not to scream and yell, that would help me concentrate. You could find those things about you that will help you play that game and try to make it relevant to the game too, right? Like if I can't think of a good example. Try to make it relevant to the game. If you have a flavor to your diagnosis that just won't come up at the table, don't bring that into it. Stay as relevant as possible.
An example around the table that I have is it appears in other people's conversations that when one person says a phrase or a statement, everyone around them knows what they mean. And in my experience, I often will hear something and I will come up with like 5 interpretations what that might mean, and I have to do a lot of like laborious follow-up to make sure we're communicating effectively. And inside of Dungeons and Dragons, that is actually incredibly important, so that as the dungeon master, I don't make any assumptions that are incorrect about what a person was intending, or vice versa. So I'll often have to not lead with, well, I have autism and I have this struggle, but I do have this particular experience where I come up with multiple interpretations, and like that feedback will probably look like X, Y, or Z, and is that cool? And if not, what can we do to make that a little smoother? So that's kind of what an example of a experience like that around the table might look like.
I have a particular set of skills that will make communication between us easier. I'm going to ask you clarifying questions, and you tell me which one is correct, or if none of them are correct, tell me what is correct. It's incredibly helpful. It's incredibly helpful. I can't do Liam Neeson. I just can't. I cannot do a Liam Neeson.
Is that what you were trying to do?
No, I was definitely specifically not trying to do a Liam Neeson because I can't do Liam Neeson.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
But
not doing it.
I was just trying to sound, ominous and threatening, vaguely. But this is something that my boss and I have talked about frequently. That a lot of y'all in the neurotypical community could learn a lot from communicating with autistic folks in your life. Like, you want to talk about people who know how to be clear and specific.
Mm-hmm.
You will learn a lot from communicating effectively with your autistic friends, and it is a skill that will serve you well at the gaming table. Like, my boss jokes about the fact that learning to communicate with the near pedantic level of specificity that I need for the same reason as Jared, because I'm like, okay, I can think of 5 definitions for that word.
Pick your favorite, yeah.
Which one are you referring to? Well, what are you thinking of? Well, there's this one that's archaic from like the 1840s. Not that one. Okay.
Yep.
Flosculation, not a word. Got it. Okay. And learning how to patiently wade through that so there's fewer miscommunications. That's a skill that, I mean, if you can learn to accommodate our needs in that respect, you will be so much better at communicating as a whole. And I'm very thankful that the groups I was playing with in my teens, that this was long before my diagnosis, they were just accepting of differences in communication and needs. And it's one of the things that made it so comfortable telling them, and almost a little embarrassing, because they were like, yes, and we knew. Like, well, nobody told me.
I had somebody ask me, they were like, you do specific things when you GM, and I know they're because you're autistic, but can I do them too? I'm not autistic, but I think they're really helpful. And I was
they really are. You're so good.
Yes. I was like, if you find anything that I've done helpful, you don't have to be autistic to use this skill set. And I think that happens. I've definitely had bosses be like, you taught me something very important that I'm going to do with everybody now.
This sounds really similar.
So specific in your communication. It's wonderful.
This sounds really similar
I really
to
wish
asking...
you'd said no to that person. Sorry.
They
I just really wanted you to say,
no.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely
Sorry.
not.
They're just for autistic people. Yeah.
So
if you don't have the rainbow infinity tattoo, you can't do it.
Ooh, I don't have that.
That's a high standard. That's like several steps above. That's a lot. This is sounding a lot like asking for accommodations at work or at school, right? When you're talking about accommodations at work or at school, you don't have to disclose a particular diagnosis. You can specifically say, I struggle with these areas, or I'm asking for these particular accommodations. The second way that I'm realizing this is kind of lining up with that same accommodation space is many of the accommodations that people can request at work or at school, like having extended time on tests or having a quiet space to do their tests or to do their work, help prioritizing the tasks, are accommodations that would actually benefit most people were they provided more regularly. Are there any, you have mentioned several different things around the table, around specifics around communication, but are there any other tools that you think should be used more broadly across tabletop games, whether those games are with neurotypical or neurodivergent individuals?
Yes.
Safety tools.
Yeah, safety tools for absolutely.
Check-ins.
Definitely session
Multiple
zeros.
modes of communication.
Always.
You're describing setting clear expectations that
yes,
we can trust, and if we deviate from, would probably result in a conversation to reestablish expectations.
Yes.
Yeah, it's almost like
lovely.
Establishing a framework in which we can all collaborate and communicate with relative safety
ahead
and
of time
understanding.
without having to guess what people are thinking.
Y'all say this with a tone like, holy moly, why are we not all doing this? It's really dumb that we're not.
Not everybody does it.
But you're right.
A year ago, and we didn't have any safety tools, and I was super confused the whole time, and I stopped the game and was like, for the love of all things shiny, what is this game about? And I got kicked out, like, because I was being difficult. So I wish all games were set up this way so that I could I could just play in them and people don't ask me weird questions when I use them as a GM.
So it sounds like what you're specifically asking for in games and that you think would be broadly helpful are a session 0 where everybody gets on the same page about what is and is not going to happen in the game, including things like these are topics I'm willing to talk about and these are topics I don't want to see in the game, as well as safety tools, which might include a way to communicate to the rest of the players that you feel uncomfortable, you need to take a break, or that you'd like to change topics, as well as a way to continue to communicate with people, whether that be via text as well as chat, whether that is email or carrier pigeon, right? Whatever those extra modes are, so that if someone is struggling for whatever reason to communicate via a particular mode, that they have those other options. Which again, I play with people all the time where their internet stops working or the video lags, or we have these other challenges in which having that secondary mode is really, really valuable. Anything else that y'all would want to add to that list? Other than, it sounds like the final thing that I heard was checking in, like session 0 doesn't just happen at the beginning. You should have these regular check-ins to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Get feedback from each other. I mean,
your arcs, your story will have natural arcs to it. You know, use those moments to be like, we still having fun. I ask my players that a lot, actually, probably too much. Do we want more puzzles? Do we want to kill more stuffs? Do we want to talk at each other more? You know.
So
I just want to stay with the communication one just for a second, because like it's not just when the internet goes down, right? Like it's like, you know, there's some sensory stuff going on outside my window, and I'm not going to be able to use my words for a while, and so I'm going to use I need to talk to just the DM, so I'm going to use this stream to do that, or I need to talk to everyone. Can everyone pay attention to the chat box for a while, because I'm not going to be using words to communicate. We don't have to still privilege the spoken word, right? Especially when we're playing remotely, it's even easier. What can we do when we're playing together in those situations? How can we set that up so that it doesn't feel like drama? You know, like it's just like, you know what, y'all, can I just scribble my answers for a while? Can I write them? Or, you know, what are we going to do when we're in the same room together? So that it's really, really accepted that sometimes I have words and other times I don't.
Yeah. I haven't figured that piece out yet, but I want to figure it out.
It's hard.
Yeah,
And
it
I
is
don't
hard.
think, if anyone has figured it out, please get in touch, because we're still all learning and like genuinely want to get better at this.
I've worked with GMs who will work with me on days I'm nonverbal, and I'll use chat and stuff. And I certainly work with my players when they want to incorporate that. But I want to get better at it. So yeah, any suggestions is wonderful.
And one of those pieces means waiting, and it means being patient. And so if you can play with a group where even if it's not about communication, but it's possible to just say, I need a minute, or can you just give me a minute while I think about this? And so being comfortable with that waiting time, we don't have to fill that silence. Sometimes, other times, can you come back to me? I don't want the silence. It's going to feel awkward. But I need a little longer. So can someone fill this gap? But being able to say, I need longer. And then the other thing, of course, you know, for those of us with attention differences is, so yeah, I completely missed the last 3 minutes. Can anyone run me through that again? And being patient with each other for that.
Yeah.
So those pieces are really a big deal. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I've in pure, you know, executive functioning hilarity. There's so many things you've said. I'm like, oh, writing it down, remembering it later. Well, this feeds into it. One of the things I'd love everybody watching this panel to think about, regardless of if you're neurodivergent, neurotypical, whatever, think about how the expectations you have going into a game affect your level of patience. And I think a lot of us, and my anecdotal observation is even those of us who are autistic have been socialized to certain neurotypical expectations of socialization.
Right.
So, you know, when setting different expectations from the beginning at least in my experience, has been really helpful, especially for someone who really needs routine. Me going in knowing that, hey, so and so may need a little extra time. Cool, great, fine. So and so may need to use asynchronous forms of communication like text or DMs or the flashcards in person are really wonderful index cards. I keep a stack on me at all times for private communication between players. But setting different expectations and also challenging your own expectations for what is normal. I have a big soapbox I will get on that I think normal is an underutilized and misunderstood word. We get in trouble with the word normal because we attach a moral value to it as opposed to a statistical number, because that's really all it is.
Yeah.
And if we start saying normal, good, abnormal, bad, one, we miss out on some wonderful abnormal experiences in life that are statistically abnormal. But two, we start judging people who act outside of our expected version of normal instead of pushing the boundary on acceptability because numbers. And so set those, for me, set those expectations as early as possible and review them. See how they're working.
I would say normal's anathema to D&D. I think tabletop role-playing games create a space where you get to explore variant behaviors, right? Like that's one of the
I love that. That's wonderful.
I mean, I think that's why I like it. I think that's why I like it for our young people. I think that's why it's great for our sense of self, is because it's this place where you can try these things out and
you can learn things
express these things
that are lower risk. I was explaining this to a friend of mine the other day, and I was like, okay, would you rather your kid learn that it's bad to punch somebody on the playground or in a Dungeons and Dragons game? And she was like, pardon? And I was like, let's say you've got your kid and somebody shoves their friend, and then your kid is like, I don't like that, and like shoves the first guy. Right? You're going to get into a fight, the authorities are going to get involved, your kid's going to be labeled a bad kid, and get all those dumb labels that are following around forever. Now imagine she's in a D&D game, and one of the non-player characters shoves one of the player characters that she's playing with, and she takes offense to that. They get into a fight, and they go to jail, and there's all these world consequences that if you have a GM that knows what they're doing, they can explain what those consequences could be. The kid learns because there's impact, right? You sit a kid in a chair and say don't punch people because it's bad. You're not going to have the same impact as if they're playing in that game and really participating and engaged in that world, and suddenly their world has been affected by their actions. So play board games. Don't punch your friends or non-friends.
Punch NPCs, not friends.
No, don't punch anybody. No punching.
I want to hear, Jared, I want to hear what you've got to say. I have got a couple of other accommodations that I thought it would be good to highlight, though. Do you want to go
Virginia,
first?
But I think I need a more specific prompt, because I've just been like,
yeah. What's the question? Well, I think we've gone off question.
Well, I mean, I think we were talking about like accommodations, what works for us, what do we wish was in the real world. For me, there's one of the things that Shauna does is has a list, and I copy her now because it's really good right at the beginning, where I ask everyone if they've got what they need. And I completely plagiarized you. But it's really, really helpful. And for me, like, I have a popcorn brain. Like, there's always 10 ideas popping at once, or I'm not a linear thinker even remotely, and so lists really help me. And so at the beginning of the game, does everyone have their dice? Do they have water? Do they have pen and paper?
Character sheet.
What else do you ask them?
Character sheet.
Yeah, character sheet. And so that's really helpful. And I also, my DM screen is covered in lists, or if I'm playing remotely, I have like 20 different prompts, and I'll be like, this for this, and this for this, and this for this. But that's it helps me, because when you're talking, popcorn, that's all that's happening. And so, those sorts of things are really helpful for me. I also really appreciate in our games, because of Session Zero and because of our communication alternatives, I think, that we are honest with each other and we don't take it personally. And so that's probably a little bit special about the group that we play with, but just that ability to say, actually, I'm not doing great right now, or I'm not comfortable with this right now. And, you know, those sorts of pieces are really helpful, I think, because those of us in the game who are autistic, we sort of have this agreement and this shared understanding that just stuffing it down and being polite at the expense of our regulation or sense of safety is illogical. So we're not going to do it. And you know, it's an agreement with that we have, if that makes sense. I also find I need fidget, and I have fidget necklaces. I collect fidget necklaces now. But when I was first discovering fidget necklaces, and I have a different set of headphones where the mic's down here. My very understanding DM had to say to me, like, friend,
please don't
put
do
those
that.
fidgets down. It was really bad.
I think I sent you like a billion links for fidgets that very moment. I was like, I love you. Please fidget with anything else.
Except for the thing right next to your
Except
microphone.
the thing that makes the noise, and I was about to rub my microphone to do the
Oh,
noise,
don't
but I'm
do
not
that.
going to do that.
That was me.
Hang on.
Yeah, and then
Virginia,
the other thing that
Virginia, you're listing hard, and I'm going to gently interrupt you and see if Jared wanted to interject anything.
That was a very helpful list, Virginia. Now I feel like I'm on the same page. And that feeds into like some of the things that I need when playing Dungeons and Dragons or really interacting with other humans. Is like I'm kind of anxious by default. I'm worried that I'm missing something that everyone else understands. And I want to make sure that I'm on the same page and like do it right. And so like one of the things I really like about playing Dungeons and Dragons, and especially dungeon mastering or game mastering, is that like I understand the outline for today's session. Between sessions, they typically have like ritualistic behaviors or activities that always happens. Like for example, in my Game to Grow groups, there's like opening questions and checkout questions that we can kind of expect for like gearing up and unwinding. I really like setting expectations and contingency plans around any accommodations that may need to arise within games, or like I think that's a fair way to put it. Both for the game master and for the player. I think Shona, you spoke to this a minute ago, but establishing a culture of transparency and direct communication is really important to me. To me, that's what trust is. If when you speak, I can take that at face value, and I don't have to do a lot of extra gymnastics to understand what you mean. Or if I do, I can be direct about that and get my needs met, more or less.
My friend describes that as 4D chess.
The guesswork that you're just like
the mental arithmetic you have to do to figure out what that person just said.
Which can be a fun game if you're in the mood. But
I'm never in the mood.
I find impractical. I think the fidget thing is interesting because I'm not even aware of it, but you can see me gesturing sometimes and my pen comes into play, because that's largely my fidget object. I'm doing this or clicking my pen constantly, and that's because it helps me be a little bit more present and engaged because I'm a little bit anxious. So it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and the foot that's out is distracted by something kind of unimportant. I'm just free associating.
You did a great job answering the question and actually leading us into the next question, which was, what drew you to the role of game master? This is a whole panel of game masters. So what drew you to that role?
I start because I'm kind of already like I'm talking.
Yeah, go for it.
I really like the sense of control that I have as the game master. I've been the player, and it is fun to be the player. It is fun to problem solve in novel situations, but with that, for me, comes a pretty considerable bit of tension with it. When something is not wholly described, or I am missing pieces. And I already told you what it's like for me in conversation, where I'm coming up with all these different interpretations of what things could mean. That tension can be really hard to hold as a player for me. It's good for me. It's really great practice for social interactions. But where I get the most joy is game mastering, because I understand under the hood everything that's going on in the world and the narrative. You know, barring the L turn that my players absolutely will take.
It will turn left.
Yeah, and so to me, that is what draws me to game mastering. Is I have like it's something that like is more predictable and makes more sense for me, and also kind of related to that anxiety. I don't feel the same pressure to perform as a game master, which is really ironic, because I am anxious and I do want to do a good job, but I am spinning so many plates simultaneously. I really don't have time for those experiences like I do in other interactions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Shona. I mean, I don't need to elaborate further, but
I'm making noises for our blind and low vision viewers so that they know we're all still here and supporting you.
Thank you. I said that because I don't know how to elaborate further at this time, and when you gave me some indicator that
Yes.
sounded good, I
did.
felt
Good
like
job.
yes.
Yeah, I think that's
We're
good
doing
stuff.
it now, by the way, everybody.
I can
very
elaborate
clear
a little bit on
communication.
that.
Yeah.
Because you made me realize, Jared, as you've been talking about this, I wanted to answer this question initially with, but there's truth there, but there's also a reversal of expectations. That when I'm the DM, I'm no longer autistic in a neurotypical world. Y'all are in my world.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not a fish out of water. You're in my world. Much like Jared said, I understand all the nuances of my world.
Right.
And it's a truly unique experience to suddenly to not have the same constant worry that I'm not getting something, that this is going to be the social interaction. That's not a huge problem, but 2 months down the line, somebody's going to tell me that they're really angry. They were really angry for a little bit until they realized I was just being autistic. Because
That's my
that is a
favorite conversation.
well, that's for those of you who aren't aware, that is a really common experience for a lot of us on the spectrum, that we have been literally told our entire lives we're doing things wrong socially. Because if we go with the medical model, that's literally that's a major symptom.
With no specificity so that we can actually fix that social interaction, just for the
Right.
record.
Because it's stuff we're supposed to know how to do, but we have a literal disability around it.
Yep.
And so a lot of us end up developing this pervasive anxiety that even with the people we're quote safe around, this is going to be the interaction we mess up because there's something we missed and we won't know for months. And it's going to be a big deal, or it's going to build and it's going to ruin a relationship, it's going to ruin a friendship or whatever. And this is a fear that I personally am constantly living with. And a lot of my friends who are autistic say the same thing. And when I'm the DM, y'all are in my world. None of that is existing.
Makes sense. I started doing it because I wanted people to hang out with me. And if I could tell a good story, then they would keep coming back to my house to play games with me. So I rope people into being in my games so that I can sometimes pretend I have friends. And I know that's a common thing for some autistic GMs as well.
There was a lot there in that statement for me, Shona.
I swear, if you tell me I'm pretending to be your friend, I am going to travel and I am going to find you and I'm going to cook you a very nice dinner and remind you that you are lying.
Everybody else caught that threatening tone there for all those nice things he said, right? Like, did I pick that up correctly?
I am going to come be so nice at you.
Okay, so Virginia, why did you start being a GM?
Wait, can I respond to Shona real quick?
Yeah.
Because Shona, you said a couple of things that stood out to me, and one was like, I want to have like friends, and in my experience with Dungeons and Dragons, everybody wants to play and nobody wants to dungeon master.
Yeah.
And in my own personal experience, I'm really interested in rules and mechanics about
I like world
this
building.
like game
Yeah.
broadly, and I'm drawn to this position because I have a high level of persnickety interest in exactly how this works. Not even following the rules to a T, but just like
Right.
how this works broadly.
Yeah.
That makes like running a game really, really interesting. And even that little bit about like how everyone will come back to your house. That's my safe space.
Oh, my
If I had to
house.
pick between my house or your house, it's my
Damn.
house every time.
Yeah.
And I got as the game master, let me host.
Get to play in my
Please.
damn house, damn it.
Yeah.
I have the best snacks. Yeah, it's also like I love world building. So being able to tell stories collaborate together is one of my very favorite things. And I used to do that when I was a writer when I was younger, as I would always bounce my ideas off people and the story would grow. So this is a completely socially acceptable way to do that, and I love it very, very much. It also involves a lot of organization, which I adore, and making stuff up on the spot, which I'm really learning to love more when you guys turn left
I
instead
think
of right.
which we do.
All
I
the
think
time.
though, I mean, I'm trying to remember, totally gonna name drop now, when I was chatting to Matt Mercer.
Oh.
But he started playing because it was his way of cultivating a safe friendship group. And he started DMing because such similar reasons, you know? And
There
it's
are
like
agreed upon social rules for this thing.
it's a
Harder to mess
completely
up.
okay reason for
Yeah.
starting to play and starting to DM. Especially I think in the noxious environment of American schools, says the
Yes.
person with the British accent. But
Got kids
you
in
know
American schools.
what attracted me to DMing at first, it's not my comfortable space. At first it was supporting my neurodivergent child and creating a safe space for him, because social skills groups and the behavioral strategies at school were breaking him, and this was a place where he was thriving and his quirky friends thriving and staying at the table even though they were under pressure and all of those different things. And so that's the reason I started it, was because parenting. Why do I still do it? It's still hard for me. I get really, really anxious. I have a truckload of imposter syndrome around it. But I really enjoy when everyone leans in because of the story you're telling. It's like my favorites. So I really, really love that moment, even if I'm like a little bit of a mess with all the rules and everything. That moment when you sort of see people go, oh, and then they're in there with you, that is incredibly rewarding for me.
Do any of the rest of you ever have that moment where you're DMing, and especially I plan very little. I plan as absolutely little as I can. But do you ever have that moment, especially if you've got like working memory issues like I do and processing speed issues like I do, where something happens, everybody's really excited, you're going with it, you're not entirely sure how you got there, you're not entirely sure what decisions led up to this moment, but everybody is so having fun. And everyone's like, "Oh my God, that was amazing! That was an amazing session." And you're like, "Yeah, cool, okay,
Yeah, that happens to me a lot, actually. I used to overplan. I used to spend hours and hours and hours planning this, and when my players went left instead of right, it used to completely throw me. And actually, the group that I play with Virginia, completely destroyed my ability to plan anything ever. And there were so many sessions where I would be like there was a session where I was like, the only way you can get on the train is to go through the back door. And I set it up so clearly. They tried every other way to get on that train possible. We spent 6 sessions. In one session, somebody stole a dress and sicked a bunch of bees on somebody, and there was a foot race. And I spent the entire session being like, this happens now. And everybody was super excited about it. And I ended the session and I turned to my husband and I was like, I do not know if that was successful in any way, shape, or form. It was a turning point for me.
as the person who stole the dress, it was a super successful session.
The worst. But what I found really interesting with it is it was a turning point for me to really figure out what did I need as a GM to run the game, and that was to really understand the world. So I really it was something I'd been doing that I thought I had to obsessively plan out, but what I realized worked better because I do have working memory problems, and instead of being nose deep in a book trying to figure out who said what when and what the names of things were, I can make it up on the spot and keep the game going a little easier. And because I have a really good world building memory, I know where that NPC is, and if you turn left instead of right, you might run into them, and that kind of thing. So
I actually kick that over to my players a lot because for two reasons. One, it puts less pressure on me as a DM or GM, and two, the amount of investment it creates in my players for them to name NPCs, for them to describe what they see. It makes it a more immersive experience for everybody, and it truly makes it a more collaborative experience.
I'm letting go of control things as I evolve as a GM, and so that's one of the things I should probably let go of. But the NPCs my players love the best are the ones that I have to make up on the spot. So I don't really plan them out anymore. I mean, one of my characters is dating one of the NPCs now. Like, I can't... And I made that one up on the spot. So...
That's awesome. We've got just a couple of minutes left before we need to... I know, y'all are really good at talking, and so I just kind of sit here and watch you answer my questions before I can ask them. It works out great.
Meanwhile, the urge to apologize for being too verbose is like...
Yeah, no, you don't get to apologize when you just answered the questions before I asked them. So you're expert panel level, I think, is what we're at here. But I do want to ask kind of a closing question before we jump into where people can find you, which is, do you have kind of a final piece of advice that you would give to the autistic GMs or aspiring GMs watching today?
Make mistakes. Be comfortable making mistakes. Set up an environment where you can make mistakes safely. And what I mean is, if you make a mistake, make sure you're in an environment where someone will tell you and will give you specifics so that you cannot make that mistake again. I think it's very important that you're able to be in an environment where you can safely make a mistake, because that means you're going to tell the most amazing stories and you're going to have the most fun because you're going to feel safe with something that's already going to happen.
Yeah, if you're in a safe environment, not just permission, but encouragement to do some things wrong.
Yeah.
And calibrate if you're unsatisfied.
Yes, calibrate.
Yeah. Similarly, I like to surround myself with players and just other tabletop RPG folks who understand the difference between brutal honesty and supportive honesty.
Yes.
There's so many people who are going to you're going to run into who pride themselves on being brutally honest, and I'm like, why? All that tells me is you don't care. And versus those who I trust enough that if they're telling me something that has some negative overtones, I trust that they're doing it for the right reasons, because one, they believe in me, that they believe we can all make this a better experience, and two, they're not going anywhere. They're still going to be my friend.
Yeah.
I would say choose a world that suits you.
Yeah.
You don't have to play 5th edition D&D if that's not going to work for your brain, as well as some of the other amazing worlds that are out there. And there are so many. Like, you like Labyrinth, you're going to be able to play Labyrinth if that's what you want. You know, if you're a hardcore David Bowie, go Labyrinth. Like, what is your interest? What is it that's going to help you like really feel that kind of flow and the stuff that we all have been talking about, less so me, but you know, that ability to kind of turn on a dime in the world. Choose a world where you're going to be comfortable doing that, and it's going to, you know. And so my favorite world to play in is the Humblewood world, and I'll do that again and again and again and again forever. That's what that, you know. It's so fun. Who doesn't want to be an animal?
My owl is the cutest owl.
Well, your twin sister owl,
and my twin sister's owl is equally cute.
But so I would say you don't have to do like a classic version, and you don't listen to the guy that tells you actually you have to do second edition. Like, find the thing you want to do and do that. And if you can, encourage the people around the table and find a friend. Like, if you have a brain like mine, having a rules scholar is really helpful for me. Someone where I can go
without a rules scholar.
But don't have a rules lawyer. Like, they're not allowed, right? So that's someone who's going to go da da da, and you don't really want that. You want to set up that expectation of like, I need a resource, but you know what? If I go off template, that's just the way it is in this game right now, and we're not gonna call people out on that. So flexibility, resources, and a world that you're comfortable with.
The last thing I'll add to that is, if you're in a game that is unsafe, you are allowed to leave.
100%.
And please
there's a game group that will match your needs because you will match theirs.
There are a lot of people playing TTRPGs. You'll learn something new every time you do. But if there's somebody that please don't stay in a game that's unsafe.
There's definitely a group out there that is missing your presence and would benefit from it.
Yeah.
I could add one piece of advice to autistic GMs or aspiring GMs. It's the same thing, which is practice your communication skills. Everyone on this panel is pretty good at communication, and we are not done. I think that is like more of a values thing. Like, you can always keep brushing up, because like muscles, it will atrophy. But if you do want to brush up, find a YouTube video, get a self-help book, talk to a person that you like. Just practice. Permission to do it wrong. And if you're not sure if you're doing it right, leverage clarifying questions. This is the message I intended to send to you. Is that what you received? What did you hear? That's not what I meant. Like, go back until that iteration is correct, and then move forward.
Thank you all so much. This has been an amazing panel, and I'm guessing that everybody in the audience is going to want to find you and know what other cool stuff you're doing. So I'm going to have us go in the same order that we did for introductions, because that's straightforward. So I will go quickly first. Game to Grow is an amazing organization. You should absolutely look us up. We have a really cool training specifically for therapeutically applied role-playing games for mental health professionals coming up in September. We also have some on-demand options as well. We also have trainings for educators and community members, and we run groups using D&D and Minecraft for individuals all over the world through the power of the internet. So check us out at www.gametogrowth.org or on Twitter and Facebook and all the places at GameToGrow. Jared, why don't you kick the rest of everybody off?
Oh, well, I was sitting here cocky thinking everything you just said is what I could just go ditto to. And everything Elizabeth said, ditto. But if you want to find Elizabeth and I directly, you can find us at our shared Twitter account at Drs. Kilmer. Twitter.
So I will also add on to that we Game to Grow has a really fun Discord, and that's one of the places you can find me. You can find me everywhere as like7spoon, with the 7 spelled out as a word. I'm on Twitter. You can talk to me on Twitter. I will not talk to you on Instagram. So Twitter's where you're going to want to find me there, or the Discord, where we have a lot of fun.
You can find me on Twitter at Spielwoman with 2 N's on the end. It's a hilarious play on my last name. On Facebook, that's where I really talk about the sensory stuff and child development, and not a lot of the other pieces. So if you are interested in that, bringing up neurodivergent children, those sorts of pieces, I'm there. And where else can you find me? Buy the Critical Core box set. Obviously, the digital set's really amazing, and it's particularly good if you're scared of getting started with therapeutically applied role-playing games, or if you are familiar with role-playing games but you're scared of using them with younger people who have neurodivergent communication style.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I'm gonna jump in. I'm so sorry, Dr. B. I'm running a panel this time, and it's called "We Need Wheelchairs in D&D, Disability Representation," and it's pretty much what it sounds like. It's going to be very fun, so look for that in the schedule, because I do not remember when it is. Go ahead, Dr. B.
Well, you can find me on most socials at the Dr. B. That's TheeDoctor. B as in boy. You can find me there on Twitter. You can find me there on Instagram. You can follow me on Twitch for a fantastically quiet, chill, get your projects done stream because we hold each other accountable. Mostly for me, but other people as well, because there's stuff I got to work on. But you can also find me every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Pacific time on the award-winning Champions of Psychology stream at Codename Entertainment's Twitch. And of course, follow TakeThis.org for all things mental health related and gaming that I do.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
to Am I Geek Enough? People of Marginalized Genders in Gaming. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer, and I am the Director of Education and Training at Game to Grow. We're so excited to have you here today. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit that is dedicated to the use of games of all kinds for therapeutic, educational, and community growth. In particular, we're most well known for our groups that utilize Dungeons and Dragons, as well as our groups that use Minecraft to support social skills in adolescents as well as adults. We also have a full training program that teaches individuals to use therapeutically applied role-playing games. I am really excited about this panel today, and I want to let our panelists introduce themselves, in addition to those kind of general things that you want to know about panelists, like their names and their pronouns and where they're coming from. I also am going to ask them to tell us what their favorite game that they've been playing recently is. Jay Justice, will you kick us off?
Sure. Hi, I'm Jay Justice. I'm a gamer, a cosplayer, editor, consultant, accessibility coordinator. I do a lot of stuff in gaming and comic books and literature. I'm also the co-director and co-founder of LGBTHQ that provided, before the pandemic, promotion and support for queer game developers and comic book creators and artists and just anyone who wanted to make art and share it with the community. My favorite game right now is probably Mass Effect 2, because I just love the branching storylines and like the different things that you as a character can decide that affect everyone around you, and just being able to share that with other people who played the game and finding out about other shepherds and other choices, and just it's a game that changed the way I looked at games, and I've been playing it over and over and over for years.
Cool. I'm J number 2. I'm Jay Lynn. My pronouns are they and them. I am the programs manager at Feminist Frequency, which is a nonprofit working to end abuse in the games industry. We also do like media criticism, and we also run the Games and Online Harassment Hotline, which is a free, confidential, text message-based emotional support hotline for anyone who makes or plays games. And favorite game right now, I'm currently playing Mini Motorways, which is just so delightful and I think such a successful like spiritual successor to the developer's previous game, Mini Metro. It's just so pleasant and perfect on the aesthetic and minimal and just beautiful. I'm also playing Enter the Gungeon, which is an older game, but it's like a bullet hell roguelike dungeon crawler, and I'm usually not so much on the gun theme around stuff, but this one's really cute and actually it really charms me. So I've been playing a bunch of Into the Gungeon with my girlfriend, who's much better at it than I am, but yeah, those are the games on my radar currently.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Sarah Hayes. I go by she, her pronouns, and I work for lots of different orgs. I work as a clinical contributor for Take This, a 501c3 nonprofit that aims to educate and advocate for mental health in the games industry and community. I also work as the mentorship lead and co-host of the After Dark segment of Queer Women of Esports, which is an org that hopes to uplift and be in the effort of inclusivity in competitive gaming. And then I'm a remote clinician for the Seattle, Washington area. A game that I've been super into right now is actually Slime Rancher. I think it's an Xbox or PC release. It's so much fun and it's so cute and it's so relaxing. So that's my like chill game.
Hello, my name is Tyler Palermo. I use she and they pronouns, and I'm a guild leader at the Dots RPG project, where we focus on bringing accessibility into gaming, primarily for people with visual impairments, but for anything we can get our hands on to try to improve the world where we can. We have a big focus on making Braille dice and educating people on digital accessibility for PDFs with screen readers and any other physical aids we can bring to the table to make it possible for people to get into a game where they otherwise wouldn't be able to. I also do sensitivity reading and transcription, a lot of just general accessibility work for the community. And the game I've been playing a lot of lately is Slay the Spire. I am blind myself, so it's surprising that I'm able to play it, but there's an incredible mod that's been released that makes it possible to do in like a command prompt kind of setting. So it's a neat tool that lets me access a game I wouldn't otherwise have.
Thank you all so much for being here. And also, I'm really excited to put most of the games that you mentioned on my list. I have been playing a lot of Mass Effect 2 as well. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about everyone's experience in games and gaming, as well as how gender identity plays a role and kind of intersects with some of those experiences. So to kick it off, why do you game? Are there particular motivations or interests that lead you to one type of game or another?
Do you want to answer first? Or not really?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Sure. That's a great question. I game for fun. I also game, I play a lot of games that I can play with other people. So community is a really big thing for me. When I was playing Destiny 2 with my partner, I learned that you could play through the story missions together, and we went out and bought a second PlayStation that night, which was a questionable financial decision for 2 graduate students at the time, but has been awesome. And so community building is something that's really important to me, and being able to play through, and I like team sports, but video games.
Oh, that's awesome. What first got me into games, past the whole, when you're a kid and playing with your cousins, it's definitely a thing that you do with other people, and it just makes you feel like you belong, and it's like a team building exercise, but for learning how to socialize, learning how to be a person in the community as a child. And then as I got older and I got really into comic books and stuff, I started playing video games like X-Men Legends because it reminded me of the stories that I liked. And then I realized that video games were just another way of telling stories. And so the games that really have deep lore and take you on a journey that lets you get outside of your own head, outside of your own house, outside of your own town, those are the games that made me get really into gaming, and I never looked back. And so now it's hard for me to kind of get into games where the lore isn't in the game. It's on YouTube in videos, or it's somewhere else that you have to read. I'm like, give me something where I can click on something in the game and read the codex right there. I want to have a deeper understanding of these characters while I'm playing the game, not later on whatever.net. I really want to be able to fully experience it that way, because to me that's why I game now. It's not just about connecting, although I love games where you can do multiplayer and co-op and stuff, but I want to be able to enjoy it by myself because I'm interacting with the game and not just with other people. So that's what makes me really go, yes, this is the game I want. What about you, Jalen?
I don't really know how to answer this question. It feels so big.
It's vague on purpose, so feel free to narrow it down if you'd like.
Yeah. I don't know that I remember a moment choosing to game. I guess growing up being perceived and raised as a girl, I wasn't necessarily invited to play games by my parents or through gifts or other friends and stuff until I was a little older, high school age. I had male friends and partners kind of bring me into the fold, which I think is pretty common just because young girls are often not gifted games or encouraged to play. But since then, I've always played games. I've never not played games. Even through really bad stuff that happened in games or games communities, it's just always been a part of my life. I think it's such a really unique space to practice agency and get fulfillment. I feel I accomplish things. I love a to-do list. So quest logs, it just brings me a lot of satisfaction and stuff like that. I think over my life, I guess I've played so many different types of games. I've been in different phases of before I wasn't allowed to have a computer as a kid because my parents were actually trying to discourage me from playing games. And so I could only play Flash games that you didn't have to download and stuff like that, or RuneScape, which is you could log in. And anyways, I eventually got into esports, which is very social and connected and competitive, and that was a lot of my life. For a while, I was playing Dota back when it was on Warcraft 3, and after a while, I stopped playing esports for a variety of reasons, and I'm kind of been in a indie games phase where I just like play a whole bunch of indie games, and those are primarily more single player. And those have been fun because I don't know, especially when I was playing Dota so much, like I just couldn't play any other game. So I like it does feel cool to I don't know, get to experience so many different worlds, like Jay Justice was saying. And so yeah, but recently I've been kind of getting a Dota itch again. So maybe I'm on the cusp of a new era. We'll see.
I think you made a really good point that I hadn't considered, and it just occurred to me that the only access I had to games was through male relatives who were gifted the PlayStation or the not even that, like the GameCube or whatever, and I got like, you know, a typewriter or something, and I'm like, it wasn't that I wasn't into games, it was that I didn't have a job and my own money until I was old enough, and then I finally got a PS2. Oh my gosh,
Well,
that's literally, yep, girls don't get to have games. Oh my
Our
gosh.
access can change too. I know that I played a lot of games with my dad and my brother when I was younger. I played a lot of Age of Mythology and Civ and Riven, and I loved those games, and Battlezone. And then when my brother and I stopped getting along quite as well, like end of middle school, high school, I lost access to games because they were all my brothers. Now, I think if I'd gone to my parents and said, hey, I really want games too, they wouldn't have been like, no, you're not allowed. But you're absolutely right that the games were things that were gifted to him. His friends were playing. They'd have LAN parties all the time. And that wasn't something that I had as much access to.
See, I received games. I was able to play games growing up. I recall at first playing things like, and this is going to date me, y'all, but like N64 and the NES with my brother, and I was always player 2 because that's older sibling dynamic, right? But I growing up I had a Wii. We played, like, I was steered of course towards things that my parents felt were appropriate to age, so I played a lot of Mario Party, a lot of like Sims. I have memories of playing Putt Putt. I think that was like my first video game. But I think my approach to type of game was twofold growing up and now. When I was younger, I loved stories, much like what has been mentioned by both of our lovely Jays here, but I honestly like the experience of like an engaged novel, a story, an adventure that I get to experience firsthand in that format, and it's a bit of escapism. But also, as I started approaching multiplayer gaming, I felt a lot of hesitancy because it too was through a lot of the boys in my life, the men in my life, and boyfriends and male friends. And I felt like if I couldn't compete with them or be better than them, I didn't want to play it because I didn't want them to make fun of me. So I wouldn't play those games with them. I would play things like Kingdom Hearts or solo, like campaign Halo, or things that felt more at home. And I would always lean back on my Nintendo games because they're way more fun. And I got into the DS for a long time and the 3D screen that totally probably messed up my eyes. But I leaned towards those other games because it felt safer than interacting and at the same time experiencing that like cliche of the girl gamer in high school, and everybody thought it was really hot that I worked at a car dealership and knew how to play video games. And so it was like I lived in that stereotype for a long time, and then eventually got introduced to multiplayer games with other like queers, other women, other NBs, and that shifted my experience. And now you'll find me regularly on Fortnite, or I've dabbled in Dota, I've dabbled in other games like that, and it's only because of those safe spaces I've gained with people who I identify closer to.
That's fascinating. We kind of have like opposite,
yeah,
like, because I found my like queer and safer spaces and now only play like indie games. It's like a split, whereas I was playing like esports and stuff with not those types of communities. I mean, also I recently replayed Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. Holds up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Super great games. If you've never heard of Putt Putt, it's amazing. I had the one where you like Putt Putt gets ready for the fair or something, and you had to like make sure Putt Putt was the right color, and I don't know, it was great. I loved it.
I really resonate with what Jay said before about being motivated by achievements and lists. It definitely suits me very well, and I knew
Yes.
that very young, which is probably why I lean so heavily towards turn-based games, RPGs, more in the JRPG genre when I'm able to play them. But I started playing games very young. That might have had to do with like unexpected gender expression from my family, but also being blind, having very low vision at the time. But my family had the intention, like, hey, let's get let's get a Nintendo, an NES, and eventually a PlayStation, and it'll be like the family console. We'll all hang around and play together. They never touched it. I was the only one who ever used the thing, but it became my thing because I didn't have a whole lot of socialization when I was young, because of disability for the most part. But like when I didn't have friends, I always had my games I can come back to.
That's beautiful. I love gaming.
Oh,
absolutely. So Sarah, you brought up something that I kind of want to touch on with the group, which is this kind of, I don't want to play these more competitive games with these people that aren't necessarily like safe in this way unless I am confident I can be better than them. I'm curious for the rest of the panelists if there are kind of any expectations you have around your own ability or gameplay. For example, are you, I know for myself, there have been times in which I'm like I've done a lot of PvE in Destiny, but moving into the PvP space or some of the more coordinated PvE places, like I didn't feel comfortable doing that until I felt like I was good enough, because I didn't want to just be another woman who is bad at video games. Has anybody else had any of those experiences, or are there any expectations that you've held, or some of those beliefs that you've had to work through over time?
I think the best part about being someone who, like, professionally and privately has made it their life's goal to dismantle the idea that marginalized people are contributing to some stereotype of like being less than by existing makes it really easy for me to not feel like I'm adding to the number of women who are bad at Destiny, but more like that I'm just playing Destiny and I'm going to have fun whether I'm good at it or not, because I don't think Joe or Jim Bob is worrying about being bad at it. So let's just go out and have a good time. So yeah, I love Destiny and I've played so much of it before. A lot of the new content is like, what is going on? So I haven't really gotten back into it. I've been doing other stuff, but I played the heck out of it last year. And raids are hard no matter how good you are, because it's all about being able to work together. And I think the skill of being able to coordinate something and to actually like reach a goal together is something that you can't be good at by yourself. So you can't blame one person for screwing up when it's literally you are a team. If we don't all know the plan before we've left the base, then we're all failing together. So let's just figure it out so we don't wipe for the third time tonight. At least that's how I look at it. What about you guys?
I feel like when I mentioned it, it was a lot of like, it came from a place of self-doubt and belonging. Now I would probably concur much more with what Jay's sentiments are of like, I'm going in the game to have fun. You can do you. If you don't like it, you can go away. But that confidence wasn't there. And when I was trying to live the hetero life before I realized that I was queer, there was a lot of other pressures there of like, am I doing this right? What is living as a, like, what is being straight? What is being that on top of like being present in gaming, being present as someone who's good at it, and then the expectations that I'm imposing on other people to have of me, of like, if she can play video games, then she can really play video games, and how the quality of that is. And now, like with the work that so many of the orgs that are being represented here among this group, like we are saying that it shouldn't be a test or a checkpoint of can you game. It shouldn't be a test or a checkpoint of like, are you worthy to play with this team? It should be, can you communicate and can we achieve the thing? Yes. And then also, are you having fun? Because if not, then what's the point? But when I was younger, the point was to fit in and feel approved socially, which was harder. It's a harder standpoint, especially as a person who like didn't fit the stereotypical, what was assumed to be at the time the market for games, which now we know it isn't necessarily true, but at the time it was like, of course boys play games, not girls, which is untrue.
No, I hate
I
when
don't
they
know
use these
that.
fake stats against people to like make us not want to play games. Meanwhile, it's literally the population line is the line of gameplay. It's half and half. That's it. Sorry, what were you saying, Jalen?
I was gonna say I don't know that I necessarily maybe had the consciousness around this at the time, especially when I was playing a lot more competitive games like MOBAs and RTSs and stuff. I was just a lot younger. It's a while ago. But I will say, like, I think having been that, like, worse than like because I was a beginner, I like didn't know the game as well, and playing in that phase, and then having played the game for a couple of years and getting better and being better than a lot of the folks that I was around. I think the hate just kind of changed. Like I think maybe in some ways at that time I would have said it got easier when I was better, because people weren't saying like, oh, you suck because you're a girl. But it was like it became objectifying in a different way, or it was like intimidating or upsetting to folks, that I don't know. It was like good at this game. It was like defying the image they wanted to have of me, or something like that. So it's really not a win case scenario in this situation. And so yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I ever had that type of mindset of like I need to be good enough in order to play. But I definitely think like an adjacent feeling is like just constantly worrying or feeling fear around being like a fake gamer. That has just been so prevalent throughout just all of everything. It definitely like comes up of like if I'm not, if I do just like play as a beginner, am I more likely to get called a fake gamer, or like what types of games am I playing that will make me a real gamer or will make me a fake gamer? Or should I just lean into being the kind of stereotype or non-threatening, like, don't worry, I'm not very good at video games. Like, but I'm really cute, like, I don't know, like that type of stereotype. I've definitely done that before, kind of as like a defense mechanism. So I definitely think all of this is kind of shares a lot of the same threads of, I don't know, somehow having identity and existence being tied to how worthy you are to be even playing this game. Because video games, they are a skill. Some people get to practice earlier than others, right? Like we said, like who gets gifted games at a young age, and it is like skill is part of video games, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's again one of the things that's like really satisfying about video games. But the way that it shows up in gatekeeping around identity specifically is the thing that makes feels really prickly, because I don't know, when people who aren't like vulnerable to gender-based harassment just start out at a game and suck because you suck when you start a game. It's never kind of turned on them around their identity, at least around gender.
Absolutely. You made so many good points there. And I want to pull back about one of them, of this, like you can't win in either category, right? Like there's not a sweet spot where if you are this amount of good, then no one's going to care about your gender, kind of piece there. So with that, because I think you're absolutely right in a lot of contexts and a lot of communities, what do you do with that? It sounds like your answer was, I'm just gonna play because I can't win, and I can't win this kind of gender and skill war, so I'm gonna play, I'm gonna move forward. Has anyone else experienced that in their communities? Have they had different experiences? Has that influenced the game that you've been willing to play or not play?
Yes. Okay, so obviously we're focusing on gender, so I'm gonna keep it on that topic, but I'm also gonna be intersectional about it.
Please do.
So we all know who Serena Williams is. We all know she's like the winningest athlete. Like she's amazing. There'll never be another one like her, and she has brought so much acclaim to this country as an American citizen, and yet people continually demean her because of her gender and because of her race. And it's like same thing with Simone Biles. Like, what do you want from us? Like, you could be the absolute best at your sport, whether it's esports or a physical sport or anything, and I think you put the nail on the head. You can be as good as you want to be. There's no amount of like professional athletic greatness that's going to overwhelm the prejudice and the oppression that people are determined to turn your way. And so I think and I'm not judging anybody by what choices they make when they're faced with this kind of like pushback institutionally and personally. So it's like you have a few choices. You can take your ball and go home. You can build a bigger stadium and just do your own thing. You can start a nonprofit. You can start a group. You can do whatever you want to do to try to fight back against it. And you can play, you can beat them at their own game, put your name at number one above everything else and be like Sonic Fox, and like, and I'm black and I'm gay and that's that. Like, that's it, okay? So I love the fact that so many of us are willing to just go there and make them eat it and just be the best that we absolutely possibly can. And that's what really keeps me going, knowing that by us doing our best to make the spaces better, to excel and to be proud of who we are, you're going to make sure that there's a little queer kid at home looking at you on the screen going, okay, it's going to be hard. Maybe it'll be worth it. Maybe I will find community out there. Maybe I will have a chance to have fun at this game. And life is not just being bullied every single day at school. Maybe it's more than that. So that's my answer to that question.
That's a great answer. And I love that you brought in, right? Like, we specifically on this panel are talking about genders. And it's really important to acknowledge that anytime we're talking about identity, keeping an intersectional lens is something that's really important. And so if you are engaging in a community and that community really cares about how good you are at whatever game, and they are less likely, you're more likely to experience discrimination if you are a woman, or you're more likely to experience discrimination if you're black, or you're more likely to experience discrimination if you're trans, right? Like, any of those pieces are extra layers of effort and experience that you're having to put in every time you engage with that game and you engage with that community. And so you're not just trying to be as good as you can at the game, you're also putting in this extra effort every time you turn on that console.
It's like you're adding an emotional labor burden to every action you take while you're engaging with the community, and it's not anyone's responsibility to bear that burden. So I'm not saying that every single person who is marginalized has to carry the weight. I'm saying that as a community, we need to support each other so that we're not carrying it alone if we choose to do so.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest takeaway in this type of question is that I realized I needed to really create my own spaces for gaming, that I was just never going to fit into the larger, more public spaces. I played a lot of competitive like Pokemon VGC, and I went to a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments when I was younger, and I did like moderately well at them. I was pretty successful in my career in those tournament circuits, but I never felt included in teams, and I was always kind of like pushed to the side. Like, it was all about community and working together, with like sharing resources and collaborating and things. Even though when you're actually in the game, when you're playing, it's one-on-one, but a whole lot of getting better is being able to practice and work with other people. And when I would go to local tournaments, everyone had little cliques. They had friends, and they would trade cards with each other and talk about like the best plans. And I really enjoyed the game. I got good at it in spite of, like, I didn't have all the same resources, of course. So I got good on my own merits and just by like trying really hard. But it was very clear that I didn't really belong with those type of people. There is a stereotype of the kind of game shop clientele that we're probably all aware of. And I also did not fit into that sort of thing, whether it be for my gender presentation or for being blind. So I really decided, like, I love this competitive mindset, either like approach for video games or for card games, that I need to create my own space. I need to only play with people who I know are patient with me, that I know are not going to cheat against me when it's just us at the table and no one else is around, that are basically just understanding. I don't need to deal with cis heterosexual white guys all the time. I can play with people who actually understand me and who I share community with, share marginalizations with. And that kind of folded into playing tabletop role-playing games as well. It wasn't very easy for me to get into D&D when I started for many barriers that maybe we can discuss a bit. But I just kept pushing and pushing and made my own space in this community because no one would accept me to their tables, online or otherwise. So that's kind of how I became a dungeon master, a game master, because if I can't get into any games, I'm going to make my own and learn how to adapt and like create the change I want to see.
Absolutely. And it sounds like when you've been able to create some of those communities and those groups, you then aren't then doing like Jay mentioned, the extra emotional labor around managing other people's reactions to your identities. You get to just play D&D.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think when I think about it, I don't know. What I wish for is like liberation around all of this. Of like, yes, like dedicated spaces are beautiful and vibrant and wonderful, but that is kind of putting the burden again back onto the individual. Of you have to go, if you want to play this game, you have to go find those places, or you have to make your own space, or you have to do, you know, all these things where other folks who don't have to worry about identity-based harassment as much in games just get on and play, right? And so I don't know, of course that is like a systemic and cultural issue that we're not going to fix today, but I do think the way that I would think about it now is like around agency, and how, like, what it would take to restore that, right? Like, because harassment the point of harassment is to make you feel silenced, to make you feel unwelcome, to make you feel belittled, right? And it wears away at your sense of self, and it wears away at your sense of agency. And so really looking at what you have control over and what you don't have control over, right? And I don't know, finding ways to honor that, right? The things that you don't have control over, like how do you honor the ways that you feel, or when harassment happens, or when you feel shut out of a space or unwelcomed, or when some guy asks you for your picture, you know, like just like what do you need so that when that happens, you don't leave every experience of gaming feeling totally depleted and totally belittled, right? So there's that part of it, the stuff that you can't control. And then, of course, the stuff that you maybe do have agency over, of, you know, what choices and what like kind of configurations of gaming make me feel the best, make me feel like I'm having the most fun, and what makes me feel like I'm really getting the stuff I want to get out of games. And there's unlikely to be like a 100% perfect combination, but I think really restoring that agency for yourself can do a lot in kind of acting as a salve to the harassment that makes you feel like I don't have control over anything, or I don't, you know, I don't know who I am or what I'm doing here, type of feelings. And yeah, I think that like with all of that too, it's also, I don't know, I think my wish is just that again, that like sense of carefreeness in gaming, and not having to be the best, and not having to be very good, you know, and just getting to play. And you know, we touched on the intersectionality of all of this at the hotline. We get a lot of texts around in-game harassment, and then like kind of top 3 vectors of it are gender, sexuality, and race. So those are like being like the top 3 vectors in all of the ways that they intersect. create like a real picture, right, of who is welcome here, who are these spaces for, and who is taking on this extra effort, extra labor, and extra kind of emotional burden of just existing in these spaces, no matter your skill level, right?
Well,
sorry, go ahead. No, I talked a lot. Go ahead, Sarah.
Well, and I want to pull briefly a couple points between everybody of like the downside of that spiteful approaches, or like, and which many of us arguably have become better out of spite, or out of that, like, I'll show you I can do it. Or having that agency and having that autonomy, the way that things are structured right now means isolation. Because if you're doing that, it means, well, just go and learn it somewhere else. Don't learn it in a social setting, or don't have mic on, don't have comms on, which means then you don't know what your team is thinking unless they're willing and generous enough to ping, or type in the chat. And if you have the chat open, that opens another avenue of harassment, which is actually the written chat, I feel like, is just as bad as the verbal chat. I don't know if there's a study on that, but that would be interesting to see. But having those like layers of autonomy and choice too, the way they are right now, is really problematic, because it just means you have to play by yourself in a setting where other people are somewhere present. But at the same time, it is important and vital tool to have at hand, because you should, I agree with Jay and Tyler, and that like we need that autonomy. We need the ability to be able to make choices about our environment and who we're surrounding ourselves with. And I don't believe that it should be at the cost of socialization. But at the same time, if people can't play nice, I don't want to play with you.
Absolutely.
It's hard.
Absolutely. Well, and like Tyler mentioned earlier, needing to get better without having all of the resources. Social resources are a huge part of how we get better in games. And that includes, like, I don't understand how to beat this boss, so I'm going to look up the Reddit thread for it, as well as engaging in these games together. One of the reasons I liked playing Destiny with other people was because I wanted to be able to engage in missions that at that point in time were at like the very edge of my ability level, and I needed a little bit of support. I get better, you get better faster when you're engaging with a team, when you're doing something that's supposed to be done with a team. I can go and practice kicking a soccer ball into a goal all day long, and that's not going to improve my skills nearly as much as if I am also getting practice playing soccer on a team with people. So the same thing comes into here. Something I was thinking about as you were talking, Jalen, was I'm not sure if anyone else has had this experience, but I've found that when I am engaging in gaming in safe spaces, it actually helps me advocate for myself and for others when I move into less safe spaces, because that being treated like a human becomes a more normalized experience, right? So I play a lot with a particular clan I'm a part of in Destiny, and it's mostly cis-het men, and they're pretty great, and I am treated like a human, and it's awesome. And then when I move into like those less kind of socially curated spaces, when I am faced with gender-based harassment, I am less impacted and also a little bit less tolerant of it, in part because I'm like, no, this is not how it has to be. This is not making the game better for anyone. It's not even making the game better for you, right? Like, we need to move forward and move past this. And having those safe spaces has helped really build my confidence in being able to advocate. I'm curious if other people have had a similar experience.
Not a specific experience, but I totally agree. It's pretty self-indicative. Like, you hit it right on the nose in referencing it, is that it's a safe space. Like, I don't remember exactly what it's called, but there's like a safe space theory where like you can get better at anything outside of that bubble when you practice it in that bubble, whether it be being vulnerable about your emotions or doing hard work and making mistakes that you're afraid to do in front of peers. Like, if you have an environment where you're allowed to mess up and just be bad at things, you bring more confidence with you and more skill when you apply that in the general field.
also the stakes of it, right? Like if you stand up for yourself against someone who is harassing you, you're not losing, you're not losing your only avenue to game, right? And yeah, I really like Tyler's point of like it's the whole practicing thing. You get to practice feeling like you deserve to be treated as a human, and also like advocating for yourself in a place that feels a lot safer. And so you'll of course be better at it outside of that as well than if you didn't have it at all.
Have you ever spoken to someone who had never gotten to be in a positive space when it came to like fandom stuff, and just watching them realize that it doesn't always have to be like you're not always going to be the butt of every joke, and you're going to get to exist here without harassment? And I think just being able to finally have that experience could really radically change the way that person is like, okay, this is what it's supposed to be like, so I don't have to accept the negative treatment anymore. I don't have to feel like being dehumanized is the price that I pay to exist in a fandom space. And a lot of people kind of like assume that, and that if you're the only girl, you walk in, you have to just deal with the disgusting comments, and if you're the queer person, then you're just going to be this is your place, this is what you deserve, because that's what you have to go through just to go to the comic book store, just to play video games or whatever. And when they finally get a chance to go somewhere where it's not like this, someone asked me, like, this is my first PAX and the diversity lounge is here, and I'm like, why can't the whole con be like this, a room where no one misgenders me and I'm just allowed to be here? And I kind of wanted to cry. I was like, you can stay here as long as you like, and we will give you snacks. Like, oh, this poor baby. Oh my god.
Well, and I want to note too that that practice element of it is so important, and being able to have that empowerment. But and Elizabeth, let me know if you've heard this too, but clinically, as a person who provides clinical care through a lens of geek culture, having so many clients walk in and be like, I don't have to explain to you what Twitch is. I don't have to defend the game that I played. I don't have to explain to you why that dice set is really aesthetically pleasing, and you don't think it's a problem in my life, is liberating. It feels liberating and empowering, and having that experience is so incredibly powerful for well-being, for self-confidence, for satisfaction with life and social understanding. Even if you're surrounded by people who are like, oh, is this your first con? Do you know where the bathroom is? Like, you can eye roll, or you can be like, I'm not welcome at all. And that difference is made with those safe spaces, with that practice of having that social engagement where you're welcome, which is ironic because in geek spaces, not only with gaming, but generally, we would hope that as a group who are like, if you look at the definition of the word geek, are rejects. And so we come together out of that rejection from the social norm, the status quo. You would think there would be more tolerance, acceptance, and respect. But unfortunately,
you've forgotten the crabs in the barrel analogy, haven't you?
I have never heard that. I would love to hear it.
I'll tell you. So the con is the barrel and the geeks are the crabs. You throw another one in there, they're not going to be nice to him. They're going to fight to use him to get out. It's a churning, unhappy glob. It's really, really frustrating to see that people who are already like dealing with marginalization act that way. But in many cases, and not to generalize, but in many cases, it's a cis, white, straight, able-bodied man who feels that he's been denied the privilege he deserved because he likes Pokemon. And he should be treated better, but because he's a geek, no one likes him. It's not because he's mean or he kicked a puppy or he doesn't bathe. It's because he doesn't like Pokemon.
Don't kick puppies.
I'm just saying, I feel like a lot of the negativity in the spaces that we occupy comes from people feeling like they deserve to be treated better. And everyone should be treated with respect, but you don't get to use your hurt feelings to subject other people to misery. I'm like, no, I get it. We're all unhappy, but your unhappiness is not an excuse to dehumanize other people. And, that's what really gets me. It's like, okay, I get it, but like, can we all just get along? Why does it have to be so hard? My goodness.
Sarah knows that I have just would love to have a whole other panel on
Yes.
the toxic masculinity and the ways that it shows up in like nice guys and quiet guys and yeah.
We
so
can do
any,
that
but I'm not gonna
That's a panel
take
that
up
can
That's
happen.
the next
here.
panel.
That's the next panel.
That's a PAX West after dark.
After dark.
Into it.
I did want to say I really liked a lot of the points that y'all have made around the beauty and vibrancy and benefit of safe spaces and how they can make gaming possible in a lot of ways for so many people. But I also just to 201 this. I don't think it's enough. I'm not ready to just stop there of okay, well, we have a cool queer space or a cool POC game space. And again, it's that intersectionality of I feel constantly forced to choose between either being queer and trans or being Asian. I just don't have a lot of queer Asian spaces and not around gaming either. It just becomes so many different things where it still feels like I'm fragmenting myself in some ways. Not too dissimilarly from the ways that I fragment myself if I turn off my mic or if I choose a username that intentionally doesn't seem feminine or something like that. And so it does. Yes, a diversity lounge is cool and I'm glad we have it, but it needs to be the whole con. It really, I think the real point of liberation is not just being sure that we can have these exclusive spaces, but also that we can really shift the whole culture so that we can have all of it, right?
That's what I was going to say earlier. When you had mentioned we can't change it all in one day, I was like, no, we can't, but we can absolutely have a discussion on what it's like when big companies actually look for focus groups and consultants to discuss how they can be more inclusive and how they can have more diversity. And I'm always telling them, hey, it starts with you guys. You need more permanent hires that are going to be from marginalized groups. You don't want just to pay someone once to come and talk to you about how your game studio is prejudiced. You need to have people on staff whose job it is, and not just your minority employees forcing them to do this job that's unpaid. You need to have someone who's literally on staff helping you remove the toxic elements from the way your workplace works, and so that way we can actually change the culture from within. And I've had a few talks like this with different companies, and it is going well, but it's an uphill battle, literally.
And
I
not
think that's
just
the most important thing.
And not just to tell you at management what's going wrong and how you can fix it, but to have someone there internally who can help keep you accountable and keep the trajectory moving forward instead of, well, we did our good deed for the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. I agree that it is not enough. And one of the things that I think is really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing as we continue to build safe spaces, but also we work to create the more general spaces, we work to increase that safety, is how that helps everyone, right? When we're thinking about increasing accessibility, there have been so many studies that have shown that if you work on helping increase accessibility and increasing inclusivity, it doesn't just help the people who hold certain marginalized identities, it actually makes the space better for everyone. It can increase the amount of creativity in spaces, it can increase the amount of collaboration. There are uncomfortable growth periods, but I liken this similar to how much I love playing D&D with new players who've never played D&D before, because D&D is this cool space in which the rules are used to support this awesome storytelling, and so you should be thinking as out of the box as possible. But once you've been playing D&D for a while, you have an idea of these kinds of spells and these kinds of mechanics, and you start being more inside this very large box. But playing with new players, they have no idea what they can and can't do. So they're like, this would be cool. Can this happen? And oftentimes that's amazing ideas. I played with a player who was like, oh, well, I think my character would probably have stored some miniature potions in fake teeth in their mouth that they could crack even if they were that is such a good idea. That is a phenomenal idea that nobody else at the table ever would have thought of, because they're like, meh, that's probably not a thing that would happen or we would have. I haven't seen ideas around that. And so the same thing can happen in gaming spaces and in other spaces, is the more inclusive and more diverse those spaces are, the better it is ultimately for everybody, even if there are those growing pains over time. And I kind of see a lot of the smaller safe spaces we're working on creating right now more as those places to help people practice the skills to make the larger spaces safer over time, as opposed to these are the spaces that people should be relegated to if they want to feel kind of comfortable.
I remember the first. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
No, just quick. And for those of you who are watching this panel and are feeling a little uncomfortable because maybe you are a cishet, able-bodied white man, I want to call out what the brain does really quickly on why it's uncomfortable when we get challenged in our privilege. And it's because in our brain, we have a concept of who we are as a good person. And most of us believe we are good people. And inherently, internally, we don't intend harm on other people when we go about conducting our lives. And we have been raised in a culture that is scaffolded by system, by parents, by school, by everywhere, that this is how it should be. This is what gender roles mean. This is what it means to be X, Y, and Z. And so those come pre-baked into our brains when we engage in gaming spaces. And so when someone calls you out and says, hey, you make this place less welcome by conducting yourself the way that you do, it contradicts what our brain says we are and who we are on a values level, on a morals level, and we don't want to accept it. Our brain doesn't want to accept it. Our brain is also a jerk. And at the same time, we have to challenge that vision of ourselves and our ability to be infallible and good. And remember that we can hurt people. We can unintentionally, based on our privileges and our understanding of the world, make places more uncomfortable for other people. And when someone challenges you, I encourage you to take a moment, pause, consume that piece of feedback, and move forward better and wiser. Because this is a hard thing to swallow for a lot of people. Off soapbox. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Jay.
Oh no, that's it. You're good. You said it all.
So we've got just a couple minutes left, and I want to make sure we leave time for people to learn where they can find you on the internet. Is there a takeaway or a piece of advice that you'd like to share with our audience today?
My one piece of advice I want to share with the audience is that whoever you are, whatever your ability, skill level, gender, identity, race, all that fun stuff, you matter, and you should absolutely feel safe and free to play whatever game you want. Please reach out, make friends, enjoy your time on the internet, and curate your space. If things are negative, you don't have to put up with it. You should be happy with the time that you're spending online. That's it. Jalen, you're up.
Okay. Mine's, I think, a little sassy because I feel like marginalized folks get told so often, again, that you're like a fake gamer. Do you really like games? Or are you just doing it for attention or trying to steal people's money? I don't know. But anyways, a lot of that rhetoric around you don't love it enough or you're not good enough. And it's always so ironic to me that that comes up because I honestly think we love games more than non-marginalized folks sometimes because when you have put up with all the stuff that we've put up with and still love games this much, get back to me. So I don't know. That's something like remembering that helps me feel like, you know what? I'm just going to do things that make me happy and that bring me fulfillment because it is all this gatekeeping. One, doesn't really make any sense and isn't ever a reflection of you, your character, and your skill and your place in games. Because yeah, we're actually the best. we're actually the most.
Well, I feel like I shared a bit of advice of like, don't let your brain tell you you're good and that the other person's making a mistake. Consume that feedback, but also that for all of the queerdos out there, for all of the marginalized folks, remember that we're all out here, that there are other people out there playing that are like you, that you're not alone, and that we all can make this community a better place, and that allies, and I mean, this is I can go with that. I can say it, and I know that everybody will probably nod their heads right along with me. This is not meant as a panel to hate on anyone, but just as a challenge and a sharing of experience to help empathize and understand. And so I want you to try to practice that empathy and try to practice that understanding and enter those spaces with a little more knowledge.
This is really realizing it just really echoes everything you three just said, but like, even though it's everyone's responsibility and we should be collectively making all of our spaces better, making community better, making it so everyone feels happy and safe, comfortable, and having fun, it's still okay to step away from challenging environments if you don't have the personal fortitude yet or at all to try to change your environment or speak up to educate other people. Treat yourself with care. Some people have limitless energy to fight those fights. Some people need to take their time with it and do it once in a while, if ever. I'd really encourage you to seek out games and communities that bring you joy and don't just stick around and suffer just because like you have a friend or you have one game that works for you. Really just embrace what makes you happy and don't try to force it. Be fine giving something up if it's not bringing you joy anymore. Getting a little more Marie Kondo in here, but like I can't stress enough that like no, like you shouldn't be compromising your joy for someone else's joy. In a sense, like don't hurt anybody else, but like follow your bliss, I guess is what I'm saying.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. This panel has been really awesome. I'm really glad to have been a part of it. So the final thing is we want to let everyone know where they can find you on the internet. So again, Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit. You can find us at www.game2grow.org or on Twitter and Facebook at GameTOGrow. You can find me personally at Doctors Kilmer. Doctors is spelled out. On Twitter. I'm not really on there, but you can find me. We have a training for mental health professionals coming up mid-September. I really hope you can join us for that. And let's let everyone know where they can find you the same way that we did introduction. So Jay Justice, you're first.
All right. You can find me at @JayJustice. That's THATJAYJUSTICE on Facebook, Tumblr, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, like everything, all the things. Patreon, Ko-fi. And yeah, definitely check out my stuff. I make costumes. The last game I worked on was Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and I'm working on some more stuff that I can't talk about, but it's going to be great.
I think I want to plug the Games Hotline again. The Games Hotline is a free, confidential, text message based emotional support hotline for anyone who makes or plays games. We're here for gamers and game makers and everyone in between in the games community. And you don't have to text us just about games or just about online harassment. So to reach the Games Hotline, you text from anywhere in the US, the word support, SUPPORT, to the short code 23368. So you text support to 23368. You can text in anytime, any day of the week. And we log on every day from 3 to 7 p.m. Pacific. And so that's when we'll text you back. But yeah, we're open 7 days a week. And if you want to follow our work, we're at Games Hotline on all the social medias. And if you want to follow me personally, I'm Envy Plays Games, ENVI Plays Games on Twitter.
All right, everybody. Well, you can find me lurking around in the Discords and the social media sites on the websites of Take This, which is on Twitter, TakeThis.org, or www.takethis.org. You can also find me at Queer Esports, which is on Twitter at Queer Esports or queeresports.org. Or you can find me personally at Twitter at Dr. Hayes Sidey, which is DrHayspsyd, or around on the internet somewhere on some form of the phrase pterodactyl with X's somewhere in there. But you can mostly find me at my orgs. So that's me.
If you're interested in getting involved or learning more about the Dots RPG project, you can reach our website at dotsrpg.org or on Twitter and Instagram at dotsrpg. We are constantly looking to help up more publishers and creators in the TTRPG space. get more educated on how they can include more people and do better digital accessibility. And also, we're trying to get people who are willing to help others and educate others on our consultants list. So whether you do free support or if you are doing, like, if you are a professional at providing that sort of accessibility support, we'd be happy to get you on our list so that way other people can find you more easily. And if you're interested in following me, you can find me on Twitter at Tyler_Moonsage.
Thanks everybody so much for coming.
Check. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I am just so excited to be here. My name is Rob Kovacs, also known as 88-Bit. I thought I'd start with a nice, easy piece to warm up. That was Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2, composed by Kenichi Matsubara. I'm going to do a whole concert tonight of video game music. A good chunk of it is from the classic NES era, but some modern stuff too. Does everybody have a program? All right. Does anybody not have one? Oh, wow. I printed out 200. I was like, oh, that'd be plenty. So I guess not. I'll try to announce everything that I'm playing. All right, the next two, I'm going to do an entire soundtrack. They're both very quick. A classic game, Friday the 13th from the NES, notoriously difficult. And then I'm going to follow that up with RC Pro-Am, also very difficult. The first one was composed by Hirohiko Takayama, and then RC Pro-Am was composed by David Wise. All right, again, that was Friday the 13th first, and then the entire soundtrack of RC Pro-Am. It's about a minute and a half. But yeah, it was composed by David Wise, also famous, very famous composer, known for games like Battletoads, Slalom, Donkey Kong Country. Oh yeah. The next one is a favorite soundtrack of mine, a game that was originally made for an arcade game and then ported to everything. This is a game called Marble Madness. Yeah. Super difficult. One of the craziest soundtracks ever written for a video game. There's nothing quite like it. It was composed by Brad Fuller and Hal Cannon. I say this every concert. If anybody knows anything about Hal Cannon, please get in touch with me. I'd love to interview him and talk to him about the composition of the soundtrack. I can't find anything about Hal Cannon, so somewhere on the internets, come find me. So I'm gonna play this entire soundtrack. And then of note is David Wise was involved. He was tasked with porting the original audio to the NES. So there's a little bit of him in this as well. Here is Marble Madness. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That soundtrack is so cool. It's yeah, one of my favorites. All right, I'm going to change it up a little bit, do something a little more modern. The past 2 years, I was asked to make a video game medley for the Game Audio Network Guild Awards for their 6 nominees for Music of the Year. So this is this year's 2021 Game Audio Network Guild's Music of the Year medley, which includes 6 games. You know what? If you don't, I won't say which ones they are. See if you can recognize the games as they are played in the medley. I'll tell you afterwards, but we'll see what you can recognize. All right, here we go. All right, who got them all? They were Animal Crossing, and then Ori and the Will of the Wisps, followed by Metamorphosis. That's kind of the sleeper hit. It's a lot of 12-tone, early 20th century techniques. If you're into like Sprechstimme and Schoenberg, you will like that soundtrack. It's really an amazing soundtrack, though. I do highly recommend checking it out. Then was Hades, then Star Wars Squadrons, and last, Final Fantasy VII, the remake. So, those are the nominees. The winner was Star Wars Squadrons, composed by Gordy Hobb. He was the winner this year. All right. The next one is super new. It isn't even out yet. So speaking of new music, this is an original composition of mine. I'm scoring the soundtrack to a VR game. The game is called Stray Light. It is currently on Steam in early access. It should be coming out soon. No official date yet, but if you're into VR, this is an amazing game. I'm super excited to be a part of it. You're basically, it's a space platform, we call it. You get to fly around in space and fling yourself from star to star. And it's basically the most fun experience I've ever had in VR. So maybe a little biased, but it's very fun. This is level, I should also say too, the composition is all synthesizers, so I'll be doing an arrangement of my own composition. Thank you. Again, that's Stray Light. Check it out on Steam. All right, next, doesn't need an introduction. This is, you'll know this one. Thank you. I keep bowing. I'm like, I don't think I need to bow after every song. But all right, what's next on the program? I should have brought one for myself. I believe it is Mega Man 2. Is that right? Okay. Okay, I think we're good on time here. Mega Man 2 is one of my favorite soundtracks ever as well. This is composed by Takashi Tateishi, as well as some of it's composed by Manami Matsume. I'm working on the entire soundtrack. I have about 5 more Mega Man bosses to go. But they're tough. They're tough ones. Quick Man is going to be a tough one. So here is some of it. I've got one more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My goodness. Big thanks. I want a huge thanks to PAX and everybody at PAX for inviting me out here. This has been a dream come true. Big round of applause for PAX and putting this thing together in the middle of a pandemic and making it work. I want to shout out Martin Leung, the video game pianist. He's a big inspiration to me, one of the first people to be playing video game music on piano. If you don't know Martin Leung, video game pianist, check him out. He's great. Big round of applause for him. And thank you guys for coming tonight. You guys rock. Thank you everyone who's listening at home. Please come by, say hello, buy a shirt, buy a sticker. I'll give you a sticker. Stickers are free. I got one more. This is Final Fantasy VII main theme.
My name is Jer. I love you. Thank y'all so much for being here. This is my first show in 611 days. So I'm really excited. And I hope y'all are too. Are y'all excited? Are y'all excited? Are y'all excited? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Hit it, Woody! Insane in the Rain music. Cool. So punk rock got me into nerd culture stuff, and nerd culture stuff got me more into punk rock. So here's a kind of punk rock song. Hit it, Woody! Just can't wait to pick you up on our very first date. Is it cool if I hold your hand? Is it wrong if I think you take my dance? let's go. Don't wait, this night's almost over. On it, let's make this night last forever. Forever, never. Let's make this last forever. Forever, never. Let's make this last forever. Whoa! Yeah. How's everybody doing? How's everyone on the internet doing? I'm gonna take your word for it. Oh, I'm out of shape. Isn't it obvious? This one's kind of a sing-along. Every day when you're walking down the street, everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I said, hey, what a wonderful time of day. And learn to work and play, get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful time of day, where you can learn to work and play, get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together, make things better by working together. It's a simple message, comes from the heart. Believe in yourself, well that's the place to start. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. We can learn to work and play, get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. You can learn to work and play, get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. You can learn to work and play and get along with each other. And listen to the heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message, it comes from the heart. Believe in yourself, that's the place to start. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. What a wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. Wonderful kind of day, where you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh. Make sure you hydrate. Hydrate before you dehydrate, or you might crydrate. So don't do any of those things except for hydrate, okay? Everyone promise me you're gonna drink lots of water and stay safe, yeah? Yeah! The coolest thing about events like this is that a lot of crazy stuff can be happening in the world, but we all can take care of each other, right? And that's why this is possible. So just stay safe and do what you can to take care of yourselves as well as the people around you. Yeah! So this next song is from one of them video game things, you know? I feel like people here might like that stuff. I don't know. I got hit up to do this, and I was just like, sure, I guess. I'm not even a musician. I've just been fronting this whole time, and y'all keep buying it. It's kind of sick that I got y'all. Hit it, Woody! All right, we've met the 6 video game song requirement that PAX made us sign. Yeah, and I signed in blood too, so bad things will happen if I don't fulfill that quota. Thank you, PAX. Seriously, thank you to PAX for putting this whole thing on and having us play here. I've wanted to play Seattle for the longest time, and now that dream has come true. There's only one more American city I've yet to be to. And once I get to that, oh, it's over for you fools. All right. Speaking of being over for you fools, this next song has nothing to do with that. Hit it, Woody! Wait, hold on. I don't think we ever discussed this one. Let's go. Crash, and then I'll do, so 6 counts. Hit it, Woody! What's the Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. We're gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail is back to you. What's the Scooby-Doo? What's the Scooby-Doo? Coming after you. We're gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail is back to you. What's the Scooby-Doo? Look back. You may find another clue. The Scooby snacks will be waiting here for you. What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna solve that mystery. See a Scooby-Doo, Charlie's back to you. What's a Scooby-Doo? What's a Scooby-Doo coming after you? Gonna solve that mystery. See a Scooby-Doo.
Bye, chair.
Check. Ruh-roh. Check. Pick it up. Help. I'm just going to awkwardly pick it up until something happens. Pick it up.
Check.
Give it up for the wonderful crew here at the Paramount. Yay! There's so much behind the scenes work that happens to make shows happen. In case y'all did not know, there's not a press button and everything sounds good. That's definitely not the case. So the lovely people here are making this possible. So a round of applause for them. This next song will be sang by our lovely singer, Rose Quartz. One of the greatest gems out there who totally did not do anything terrible as you get into season 5, that's for sure.
Spoilers, chair. Spoilers.
I feel like we might have baited that song of being a Steven Universe cover because I said the whole Rose Quartz bit. So maybe we should do a Steven Universe cover. Does that sound like a good idea? Cool. This is one of the first covers I ever did for Scott2 Network. OGs will remember how terrible it
All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna be is someone who gets to see a giant woman. All I wanna do is help you turn into a giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna be is someone who gets to see a giant woman. Oh, I know it'll be great. I just can't wait to see the person you are together. If you give me a chance, we could do together. And if you don't, it won't be forever. But if it were me, I'd really like to be a giant woman. A giant woman. All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman. Woo!
Yeah, give it up for, that is Denny on the baritone saxophone. It is not Rose Quartz, in case anyone was confused. It's a cosplay, because we're at a con. I don't want to scare anybody. All right, this next song goes out to the Hyrule Fight Club. Y'all know what's up. Mariah on the trombone. Ricky Weber on the guitar. Yeah. You ever have a moment in your life where you do something and then you have instant regret? That was that first flip. I'm like, ooh, I'm already feeling Sunday morning. And then that second flip was, stop, you're not in high school anymore. And then that third flip was, it's PAX, let's have a party. Speaking of partying, this song has nothing to do with that.
White shirt, now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes, creeping around like no think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you or please. I do what I want and I want it to my soul. So cynical.
So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always a puff guy. Well, I'm the bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh.
When you take control, even if you know that you don't own me, I'll let you play the role. I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing a song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the man I know. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always a rough guy. I'm the bad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Hey, yo! Brown County straight in! Let's go! Oh! I like it when you get mad! Like it's a pretty glad that I'm alone! You think she's scared of me? I mean, let her be what they say. But maybe it's because I'm wearing circle clothes.
Oh, goodness gracious, where are my glasses? Okay. Thank you. Remember that talk we had about making regrettable decisions? Yeah, I lost my voice like 2 days ago. And that helped. Anyway, speaking of bad guys, this next song is actually kind of related to that. Don't believe me, just watch. It's not a Bruno Mars cover.
Why not?
You know what? When there's trouble, you know who to call. From their tower, they can see it all. When there's evil on the attack, you can rest knowing they got your back. 'Cause when the world is losing all control, Teen Titans go! When their superpowers, they shine. Teen Titans! Never met a villain that they like. When the bad guys on the run,
T-E-E-N-T-I-T-A-N-S-T, Titans, let's go! When there's trouble, you know who to call. Teen Titans! From a tower, they can see it all. When there's evil on the attack, you can rest knowing they got your back. 'Cause when the world is losing all control, Teen Titans go! One, two, three, four, go! Teen Titans!
All right. We're going to slow this next one down a little. For all the lovers out there. Grab that special someone. And if that someone special is yourself, well, never mind, I'm not going to finish that one. It had good intention, but no, I'm going to stop right there. Please don't do that, at least not right here, right now. I was gonna make it a whole love yourself thing because you don't need validation from other people, from you as a person, but I caught myself right at the nick of time. That being said, love yourself. You don't need the validation of other people. Yeah. Yes.
Waves crashing down, splashes in beauty resound. Where the shore ends becomes unwound. Treasure is found down by the sands of the sea. It's calling out. It's time to be free. Out past the door, adventure lies, thrills are in store, wild and engaging. Open your eyes, roll on with the tide, and maybe you'll find that there's new life awaiting.
out past the door. Adventure lies, thrills are in store. With wild and engaging, open your eyes, roll on with the tide, and maybe you'll find that there's new life awaiting. Waves crashing down, splashes of beauty resound. Where the shore ends becomes unwound. Treasures are found down by the sands of the sea. It's calling out. It's time to be free. It's time to be free. Thank you. Once again, I want to give it up to all of the people on this stage. It's kind of wild because one of the big reasons I play punk rock is because of this person right here. She was a huge inspiration to me in high school. And then I started playing in her ska band. And then also one of the reasons I became a YouTuber was because of this lovely person right here. I would study to their music all the time, and then I was like, I want to do that, and it was nowhere near as good, but I'm here now, so that's cool. And also, everyone on this stage is someone that inspires me in one way or another to keep doing music and to be a better person. So, like, seriously, thank you to all of the lovely musicians on this stage. All right, we have a set to play. This next song is an even slower one. So I'm not gonna repeat that whole thing again, but hold on to them seats. Slowest song you've ever heard. Definitely the slowest song you've ever heard. You ready? Because I am. Hit it, This next song is for all the fellas out there. Let's have a talk. Man to they. You know, I'm sure most of y'all will feel me. Because you know, just sometimes, somebody once told me that, you know, the world's gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in this shed. Fellas, am I right? I know, you get it. You know, she was looking kind of dumb. You know that finger and that thumb? It was in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. To the rules and I hit the ground running. Makes sense not to live for fun. The brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to say. So what's wrong with taking the back street? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't go. Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the code. When they say it gets colder, you're bundled up now. When you say it gets colder, no media men beg to differ. Judging by the holes in your satellite picture. As you skate, getting pretty dead. Water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. World's on fire, how about yours? It's the way I like it and I never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get the game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Show off, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the code. Horn! Fella, go for the moon! Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. Somebody once asked, should I spare some change for as I need to get myself away from this place? I said, yeah, what a concept. I could use a little feel by some. We could all use a little change. Years not coming, don't stop coming. Head to the rules and I just start running. And it makes sense not to live for fun. Brain gets smart, your head gets dumb. So much to view, so much to see. What's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't grow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the code. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the code. Yeah! Yeah! Yo, who started that? Who started that? Distance high five. Yeah!
Hey, shout out to the person in the We Are the Union shirt in the front. Hi. Hi. That's cool.
This next song is for all the. Did someone say Freebird?
Yo, the door's right there.
I learned that 11 years ago, and no one has said play Freebird while I'm on stage. And I finally got my moment. It is your move now. This next song is a love song. It's a slow one. It's for all the. I can't even say it. It's for all the lovers out there. It's for all the. Hell yeah! Tinder gang, rise up. this next song is for all the, I'm just gonna end this bit. Oh, yeah. This next song, this next song is swanging. It's for all the jive turkeys out there. Or what do the kids say these days? This next song's bussin'. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. La da natty.